stuff for the live stream, dude.
No, I just
If you're
noticed
gonna have
that.
to, if you have to troubleshoot, you got to save it for the live stream.
I
Let's
just
not put that behind the
noticed.
paywall.
Well, yeah, I just noticed that maybe that's always been there. I don't know, but there's a thing before I go live that says 720p, and I have no idea why this would need to be in high definition. I don't know why there's no reason
I've
for.
so I've no so all right. So I've been on a couple of different streams, right? And it depends if you which version you pay for. But when you're in the lobby with you guys, the highest definition I can pick is 720. It starts you off on the 480. But I've been at some other people that use StreamYard and they got a 1020 or whatever the next one
So
is.
stupid.
1090. Yeah, so I mean, I look pretty clear in mine. I think some of it has to do with the camera, but
It's not even. It's not
people are
even
here
like.
for our thoughts and ideas on the world, dude. We're
Well,
basically
yeah, it's the theater of the mind, but I mean, yeah, this obsession with fidelity, dude. I remember when this shit started, and
oh
nobody
that
even knew what
John.
actually
It's I
looked.
blame John Cusack really in Moby.
Honestly, yeah, I'm not a big fan. I don't really care for that movie. Everybody in it's obnoxious. Especially Jack Black is like extra annoying in that one. Uh, but dude, I remember when this like high def shit started because like back in the day, everything just kind of just looked. I guess the way it did was standard definition. So you'd be at home, watching X Files, and you'd be like, "This looks awesome," and
Yep.
you never thought like that it looked anything other than great.
Yep.
You had the big tube TV with like the convex glass where it was kind of like bowed out, and you watch X Files or ER or whatever came on back then, you'd be like, "This is good. This is good TV. I like watching this."
Yep.
And then like all of a sudden one day you go to the Best Buy and they go, "Hey, have you ever heard of high definition?" And nobody knew what it was or how it worked or how to even set it up properly. And so you go to Best Buy and they'd have all those TVs just like wide ass open, like all the
This is
settings were.
exactly the story I'm going to tell after this. Go
Dude,
ahead.
they would have all the settings just set to just like extreme high def, wide ass, fucking extra, whatever. And so it made, and I remember they were always showing you like Pirates of the Caribbean was like the demo, which I'm
Yeah.
always happy to watch. But I remember being at a Best Buy and being like, why does this shit all of a sudden look like it was filmed on a camcorder? Like, why does everything look like it's a home movie now? And apparently it's that it's the setting. I guess they had everything set to like what you're supposed to have the TV on for sports, which I forget what it's called, but it's the thing when Top Gun Maverick came out.
That's the
And
second one where Val Kilmer's never on screen.
correct, because he had
Yep.
throat cancer. He's in the
Yep.
movie, but I
Yep.
remember there
R.I.P.
was
to one of the greats.
rest in peace. But there was some PSA that Tom Cruise and whoever fucking directed that put out that it's like, hey, if you're going to visit your parents for the holidays and you're going to put on you're going to watch Top Gun Maverick at home, you need to show them how to turn off whatever this setting is for the sport for football
Yeah.
because it's going to make Top Gun Maverick look like dog shit. But that was the thing is when HD first came out, you'd go to Best Buy and they would have all the TV set to whatever that was, and everybody just was like, oh, "Okay, so this is what HD looks like." And then I would go to my friends' houses and be like, "Is this okay with you? Like, is this acceptable?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, it's HD." And I'd be like, "It sucks. It looks like shit." And they'd be like, "Well, no, this is just like the next wave." And I'd be like, "This can't be what I'm just gonna not have a TV. I'm just done watching things if this is what everything looks like." But then it turns out nothing is supposed to look like that, and it's just old people just don't know how to fix their TVs. But then it just kept like with technology, they want to keep advancing it more and more to where now you have 8K, and I don't know, I can't tell like
So
beyond a certain point, I don't know.
I have an old TV that my buddy gave me for $60. So he sold it to me, I guess, for $60. It's a flat screen. I watch it twice a year maybe, and I usually end up turning it off. So if I'm watching podcasts or whatever, I'll watch them on my phone. And if I'm going to sit down and watch a show or whatever, I do it right here at my desk. I have 2 4K screens in front of me. So I'd rather just sit here. I can work and fuck around with you guys and whatever. But I had gone to Best Buy, I would say 6 months ago, maybe a year ago. And I felt like those people in the 1950s watching the train come towards them in the movie theater. I walked past like a wall size flat screen, and I walked up to it. And I was like, "Holy shit!" It looked realer than life, and it was just a video playing of a woman like petting a horse. And as I just like got lured to it, and she's petting the horse, I was like, the hair on my arms were standing up because the TV was, they recorded it and they hack your brain in a way that the TV, which is actually fake, looks more realistic than the real world when you look out to it, because the colors are like the colors that your eye really relates to and pulls in. So it's just so vibrant. And she's like petting the horse. And I was just like watching it, getting the chills, like somebody that came out of a bunker, because I haven't had a TV, and I was like, oh, so this is why people are 600 pounds. You put one of these in your living room, then you start watching Pirates of the Caribbean and Avatar and all this stuff, and you're just like, yes, give me more. Put TikTok on this or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if you get fat enough, actually sitting up and watching TV becomes like labor. So really, when you get fat enough, you just go lay down and look at your phone. That's so TV is actually exercise. Dude.
So growing up in the punk scene, we always did stuff analog. Even when we recorded stuff, like back in as recent as like 2018, 19, we went an analog studio that actually put stuff on tracks. And so if we wanted to, you could get the raw stuff and put an album out, and then they bring it down, they can put it over to digital. But there's something, it's kind of like watching a Quentin Tarantino movie to me. There's something about it being on film that just, you young kids would say, gives the right vibes compared to like the digital stuff that comes out. Oh, I notice a huge difference when I watch a film versus when I watch a movie.
Right. Yeah, I
feel a huge difference, I should say.
I don't care too much about film. It's just like whatever the director's vision is. Like if they want to shoot on digital, go ahead and shoot on digital. If they want to do film, I guess, if you want to put yourself and your entire crew through that.
It depends though. Like Notorious Bastards and the Hateful Eight, whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Those 2 movies are kind of grimy. So I think the film helps when you're making something like grimy like that.
Yeah, I guess so. But then also you can
digitalize that, but then you're just trying to make your digital thing look like it's analog.
Sure. Or you could just you could do what David Lynch did when he shot Inland Empire. He shot it on so it was like 2006. He shot it on one Sony DV, like an early digital camcorder. And so it looks uniquely like something that you could really only capture the way visually what that movie looks like, the way he shot it. There's no way to do that with any other medium than a Sony DV like camcorder.
Yeah.
Which is interesting to see like a director experiment with like these new technologies and be like, this is like a whole new thing where you can only capture this with like some kind of digital technology. You can't do this like any other way. Dude, did you see what's the guy? What the fuck is that guy? Danny Boyle, the director. He directed.
Is that the guy from Always Sunny? One of the brothers from Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
No,
that drinks milk.
Danny Boyle directed Train Spotting and the 28 Days and Weeks Later movies.
Yeah.
He recently directed 28 Years Later, which
I think I remember him singing on American Idol.
Yeah. They said this motherfucker's ugly, but the voice of an angel.
Voice of an Angel, great movies, ugly as
Yeah.
fuck.
But he did something there. This new 28 years later movie he directed entirely on an iPhone
Yeah, you mentioned
15
that last
Pro
week.
Max.
It's crazy because when I grew up, so we're looking 1985 through 1989. I had this big camcorder. It was like you would put it on your shoulder and it had a mic that came up the top, and you put a full size VHS on the side and record. And we used to make skits and movies. We started off with skits and then we tried to make a movie. And the way we had to edit is we had a main movie that we were filming which was our main copy. We'd have to film everything in order on a secondary device and then put a VCR, the TV, and the camcorder up and start the movie where our movie ended and try to time it perfectly that the next scene came in without overwriting anything. And this is how we edited our stuff. So everything was cut on this one main copy because we didn't know how else to do it. So we tried to make a movie and it was very difficult. So you're trying to get the shot. Once you finally get the shot, you're like, okay, leave me alone. I can't fuck this up. I have to record this right where it needs to start to the next part of the movie and put it on the final cut.
Oh, there's a new feature on here. Do you see this?
What?
What's a new feature on what? Do you see that on your screen?
What feature? Oh yeah, the chat, dude. Whoa!
Yeah,
look at us, dude.
They're doing the thing that you could do on Twitch, where you just have the rolling chat, which I guess kind of takes away from the special. So you're gonna have to give even more on a super chat now to make them special, because now the chat's just on here.
Somebody give us a super chat so we can bring that up so we can see what it looks like.
Go ahead and throw up like $20-$30. I guess I could just leave the chat. Dude, I think I'm dying right now, by the way, dude. I fucked up. Well, this morning
we're all dying, Dalton.
It's the weekend, so I work mornings on the weekend, at least until okay, so it didn't. So you see that where it says Squeeze and then it's blank. That's okay. So that's a super chat he gave with no
nice
new rule. Thank you, Squeeze.
America.
So it doesn't distinguish. So on this chat that's on the screen, it doesn't distinguish between regular chats and super chats. So I still have to highlight super chats. Little Goblin fella, $2. I'm gay. But it keeps the chat.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
Man, you know it's cool to live in Robocop. It's cool to just like I just realized that like all of this.
How did your brain? Everything that we're talking to, what fired in your brain? What synopsis?
I just realized that
just went off that you thought that.
I just realized that like this, what I've been doing streaming. And then all the streamers and just like so much of media these days, like Paul Verhoeven kind of predicted all of this with RoboCop. Like when you would, like in the periphery of RoboCop, like all the little seasonings in the movie that kind of give you an idea of what that version of Detroit is like in the future.
Yeah,
you get the sense that it's like all of media and everything is kind of. I don't know if the word is degraded, but it's to a point where it's like very exploitative.
Well, I know speaking of Quentin Tarantino, it's similar to Natural Born Killers, and he wrote that a long time ago.
Hold on, Ken. Thank you, bro.
Hey, Brosa Smith, thanks for the $10.
Yeah. But you know how in RoboCop it keeps cutting to the like every now and then it'll cut to like one of the TVs and there's just the guy on screen laughing and he points at the camera and goes, "I'd buy that for $1."
Yeah.
I feel like everything now is just I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah, we had Max Headroom, and like that's probably the next stage in the future is AI will take this over from us and just make brain slop for everybody. Dude, I was watching a little. I like to watch clips. I don't know if you guys have checked out clips.
Killed her 420.
But I was watching a clip about it's just like two guys from like Ohio or something, and they're like, rate these breakfast cereals that start with B, without knowing the next breakfast cereal. But every now and again they talk about other stuff. They were talking about Kai, I forget his last name, the streamer there.
Oh, Kai
Savant or something or whatever.
Oh, Kai
you know what I'm
Cenat.
talking about.
Yeah.
It's the stream, dude. He's making like 100. He streams 10 times a month now. His minimum subscription is $4.99, and he's making $120,000 an hour when he streams, and he makes millions of dollars a month. And I don't get it. Like
Shout out Sumo Dog. Thank you, Drew.
Kai see not.
You
can't see.
You can't see not.
Yeah.
You can't see not. That's good. Me and Craig have talked about that. Me and Craig were talking, and like we've talked about how like our problem is we think too much, and we're trying to make things, and we really are trying to embody the sort of Kai Cenat mindset of like don't think, stream constantly, and then money.
Yeah. I will say, so like, all right. So here's the thing with those guys. First of all, they got in early. Second of all, there is an art. I'm not going to say that what they're doing is nothing, because there's an art to it, because I have the TVs, I have the microphones, I have the setups and stuff, and I have my regular life. And I still just keep creating doom, procrastination, anxiety, and just like depression in my life, thinking about creating live streams and setting up OBS and all that stuff. At some point, they did muster up the energy to look on YouTube and set their OBS up.
I do, yeah. Somebody either
like,
they.
I just can't put an hour together without creating a mountain out of a molehill of anxiety for myself.
I want to know who set up Kai Cenat's OBS. He did, dude. I've opened OBS and I'm like, this is a fucking labyrinth. I have no clue what this is.
No, I've set it up a couple of times, but like you'll set it up, right? And you start putting the things there. Then you're like, oh, how do they do this? So then you have to go to GitHub and download a thing. And you're like, okay, now I'm in this. Oh, now I got to do this. Now I got to do this. So yeah, I guess you can just hire an Indian man to come to your house.
Dude, that's why I just did the StreamYard shit. I don't know if they're still doing this. I think I got grandfathered in maybe. I signed up for a 7-day trial. It was $1. And then at the end of the 7 days, I went to cancel it because I was like, I don't want to pay $20-$30 a month for the StreamYard subscription.
Yeah.
When I went to cancel, they hit me with the wait. They said, wait, how about StreamYard Essentials? And you get the full thing. But if you just leave the little StreamYard logo on your recording, it's $10 a month. And I say, you got yourself a deal. And so I just pay $10 a month for this, for the StreamYard, and it's all intuitive. All the media sounds like shit that I want to share with everyone, but I don't have to figure out whatever OBS is. I ain't got to figure none of that out. I just hit go live, and I'm live, unlimited unlimited hours.
Yep.
So
I have set OBS up, and what's nice with OBS is once you set it all up and you create the chats or whatever, you can create multiple links. So I can put Twitter on there. If I paid for a sub, I could put Rumble on there. I could put BitChute on there, Twitch, YouTube. Hit two buttons and then go live on everything so people can see you wherever they want to see you. The issue then comes is when you're live streaming, one of the streams might go down, and you would have to manage all your chats to go. But you basically hit a couple buttons once it's all set up, and you're going live on all the different platforms at once in somebody's face.
Okay. Yeah, miss me with that, dude. I guess I'll do this until I guess until I realized I could be making more money if I also did Twitch. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I think I'm dying, dude. I this morning.
Yeah, sorry to laugh. So yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I need you to call the emergency system right now. I'm stroking
Yeah,
out.
yeah, because this morning, because it's the week, so Saturday and Sundays, I still have a slave job. You know what I'm saying? I got a
Yeah.
motherfucking job, W-2 job, and Saturdays and Sundays is my morning days. So I had to wake up this morning, and I like to start the day with a cup of coffee.
Yep.
Coffee flavored coffee if I can find it.
Do you
And
start your day with Body Brain
don't
coffee
even
by
let's
any
not even
chance?
speak of Body Brain right now.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Pre-orders up now.
I don't know
You pre-order,
if
go
you've
to the
heard of Body
website.
Brain.
I mean, yeah, I've heard of it, but
I heard it's pretty amazing.
I've heard it's great.
It's premium freeze dried Colombian
Let's
coffee
not
with Tonga leaf,
we
natural
already did
testosterone
this.
spores, ashwagandha to help you reduce stress
No,
and regulate
Dave, we
cortisol.
already did this. We already
Lion's
did this
mane for
bit.
mental clarity and focus, and L-theanine for calm, sustained energy without a crash. I mean, I just heard it's a really optimized fuel.
I think
That's
it's
all.
good stuff.
Word on the street.
Yeah. Well, I am partial to instant coffee. Like I just like how fast it is. I ain't gotta wait for a pot. I ain't gotta wait the 5 minutes for a fucking Mr. Coffee
instant,
to.
dude.
Yeah.
I have a Nescafé espresso, so I do shots of espresso, but I run them through twice, so it becomes like a watered down espresso. And sometimes I can't even wait for that. And I'm only doing decaf. I'm just pretending to have caffeine.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Well, this morning, so what I do is I go to the store and I buy the $8 glass container of Cafe Bustelo Instant.
Yeah.
Because that's like, of the ones I've had, that's been until my Body Brain comes in the mail. That's been my favorite.
Yeah, pre-orders ship by June 9th, Dalton. The pre-sale ends, I heard, on Friday, May 30th at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that's when that 20% discount would end. But pre-orders should ship by June 19th. And, I mean, it's just a really optimized fuel that everybody should be looking into in their life.
Yeah, well, so normally what I do is I throw a cup of coffee in the microwave for like 40 seconds, and then I do a dusting of Cafe Bustelo, just a light dusting into the warm water and stir that up, and that's my cup of coffee.
Yeah.
But I guess my hand was a little heavier this morning than usual because I accidentally just dumped a shitload of it into the cup, and it still dissolved. Like I stirred it up, and then and so I drank it, and it tasted like diarrhea, mud, like a mixture of mud and diarrhea.
Cowboy coffee. Yeah, some good old morning cowboy coffee.
But I guess like I wasn't thinking that like I was drinking. I have no clue how many milligrams of caffeine, and so the first
dude,
thing,
those are rookie numbers, dude. Try pounding 4 Celsius in a day, dude.
I've done that.
At
yeah,
50,
I've
dude.
definitely.
And you're like, yeah, this is it, dude. I gotta call my loved ones real quick.
Yeah, you know what? In fact,
tell them don't worry
that
about
kind
it.
of
It's
puts
not
my
their
mind
fault.
at ease because I've done the 3 or 4 Celsiuses in a day and thought like, oh yeah, I need to call my mom and let her know I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this.
It's the Celsius that got me.
Strawberry Kiwi just was calling my name, Mom.
Yeah.
So I had 4 of them, dude. Don't go near the peach ice.
But yeah, this like dense cup of Cafe Bustelo instant that I drank. First, it immediately shot through me. I had diarrhea. And then just as the day progressed,
I heard formulas like that, they don't even boost testosterone production.
Well, yeah, you know what? And I will say, as the day progressed, I certainly have been wide awake all day and not focused at all. Like I'm just that kind of empty energy where it's like I'm awake.
Dalton, are you telling me you're sick of coffees that just give you a burst of energy and then let you down and feel exhausted afterwards? And you need something really that's going to help you focus. You need something that's going to help you focus, build your body, your hormonal system, your strength, and your brain.
Yeah, I guess
I think that's what you're trying to tell me.
It's in a roundabout. Yeah,
yeah.
You know,
that would be a huge niche in the market right now. I think that's something.
A coffee that does something.
A coffee that maybe naturally supports testosterone, helps you reduce stress, regulate cortisol, gives you mental clarity and focus, and sustainable energy without a crash.
Yeah.
You know, all maybe that could be easily delivered to your house at affordable rates and support a cause that we all love.
I saw someone in the chat here. This is real. Just as I just remembered something. I saw someone in the chat. I don't know if he's still here, but it was a guy, user named Mark Zman. If that's who I think it is, I just want to say, what's up, Mark? It's good to see you. It's been a long time. I think that's a friend of mine from way back.
Hey, welcome aboard, Mark.
If it's not him, I don't know. You know, whatever.
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
Yeah,
so Drew Huntley had I don't know if we got to Brosif's, which was super chat. Did we get to Lee Rector damn near killed her?
Yeah, we did all the super chats.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and get some more going.
Drew Huntley is talking about the private chat that I sent you link. This is
are we doing a song?
Let's
do a song and then we'll get into some news.
But this is Drew Huntley sent me the show clip. Shout out to Sumo Dog.
This is 6 minutes long.
We don't have to watch the whole thing, but I think that we should, our future overlords would be excited to know that we are bringing this to the show. A little global music for everybody. So we're not so domesticated.
Right.
We're international men of leisure and travel.
Like the legend of the Phoenix, all ends with beginnings. What keeps the planet spinning? The force from the beginning. Look. We've come too far to give up who we are. So let's raise the bar and our cars to the stars.
I like this.
Yeah.
He's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get
I mean, when we listened to this in the 90s, we didn't understand how rapey it was. But
we're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 The present has no ribbon. Your gift keeps on giving. What is this I'm feeling? I believe I'm with it.
nice.
Should I?
So Sitfis is right. The isolated vocal sounds terrible, but I was wondering. So when we're watching those clips and you and me are talking, where we have third parties here, it cuts everything else off. I think
it doesn't work too good.
I think if you turn your mic up and you turn off echo cancellation, it allows us to all talk over one another, including music. So it gets a more of like one layer instead of multiple layers when we're recording.
Should I do my lighting like this from now on?
Yeah. It's pretty cool, dude. Spooky, dude. Yo,
This is fun.
you're spooky.
I gotta hold this lamp here. Um,
You could probably get a small child to hold it for you and then yell at him when he's like, when you grew up, did your dad make you hold the flashlight when he was working on stuff and then yell at you if you didn't know where he was looking at next?
No, he just would. I would hold the flashlight, and then he just would be like. After a while, he'd just be like, "Just give it to. Just go back inside. Play your Nintendo.
Go play your stories."
Yeah,
Robbie's third cousin.
Banjo-Kazooie.
I've heard that song before. What I was saying was, when you listen to that song in the '90s, you don't realize how rapey it is until you look forward. A lot of songs are like that.
That song is not from the '90s. That song's from like 10 years ago.
It's whatever it is, but it's still like pre-Me Too movement where they're like, there's a couple of songs like that are similar where they're like, let's go out, get drunk, stay up all night, hunt people down and have sex with them. And everybody's like, yeah, this is a love song. It's like, it actually kind of sounds like what would be considered date rape today. You know, not in my day. In my
Probably
day,
not,
that was just
man.
good old Pepe Le Pew lovemaking. Nowadays, you guys are a little less aggressive than we were. All right. So speaking of getting aggressive,
from
dude,
that Cafe Bustelo. So yeah, so
shout out if we have any lovely ladies in there that would like to win a date with me or Dalton. We need to do something here. We need to find love for Dalton and me because I'm going to some drastic things. I went to the drastic move of DMing women on Instagram that go to the same restaurants in the area that I do and follow those restaurants on Instagram to start conversations.
Man.
It's hit or miss. I've gotten 5 Insta blocks and 5 conversations started. But so I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this opportunity to find Dalton a girlfriend, and then my kindness will reflect good on me, and then the ladies will see that and be like, Dave, really great, man. He's a great guy. And then maybe I'll get some of the scraps, the drippings off the rotisserie of ladies that come into your orbit from, let's find, remember Drew Hunsky's making a killing.
Maybe it starts with you changing the way you like speak about everything, dude. The way you're describing women right now, I feel like probably they would. And I'm speaking creep to creep right now, dude. After a while, you got to start thinking about like, okay, what is it I'm saying? Like, what is it I'm doing that's probably weirding these people out? And it's like everything.
Look,
every single thing about
please.
me
Are you
is
telling me
creeping women out?
All right, stop. First of all, this is a safe spot. You're telling me not to follow my heart and trust who I am. And, I really just want to follow my heart.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just keep cold calling women basically until one of them.
Dude, I'm going to keep cold calling, dude. It's a numbers game.
Just keep hitting them up and being like, what you getting into tonight?
Yeah,
just do that. Just DM every single woman.
Dude, it works, dude. Dude, it works. Hey,
go fishing with dynamite and then see which corpses float to the surface.
I think it's funny. Actually, I don't want to talk about it. So I was talking to one woman, let's just say it this way, and we were joking around, right? So one of my new female friends that I met off Instagram lately that I've been talking to that's also vegan, and this is a great topic for the show. So I didn't know that people send unsolicited dick pics to people. All right. I've never taken a picture of my genitalia or my naked body and sent it to a woman.
It's ill-advised.
Here's what's crazy. She was telling me that guys will send dick pics unsolicited that are full body shots with their face in it. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
So I thought that people were taking a camera like this and they were pointing it down at their penis, like from a top view and like snapping it and like sending it. They're taking like selfies with their dick out and sending it to people. And I was like, I got to work on my self-esteem, dude. If people have the balls to do that.
I try to get it in triplicate if I'm going to send any sort of lewd photograph. I'll be like, is it okay? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Positive. Can you sign this?
Women don't like that, dude. They want you to take charge.
No.
If you're asking that, you're being submissive. You need to be.
Well, I'm not going to roll
Andrew
it. I'm
Tate.
not rolling
You
the
have to
dice
be
on
the
that.
alpha male in the relationship, Dalton. You have to take control and be like, "Hey, lady, are you in your kitchen right now? Because I'm about to send you a dick pic," and then they get real turned on by that.
What is this? Black flag slipping in. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, dude, I'm not sending. I've had like a couple women ask me to send like videos of me busting.
Yeah, I heard
And
that in the past.
And I've done that, which is
Yeah.
like difficult because I gotta hold the camera, I gotta hold the phone like next to my penis.
You don't have a friend like Sal or somebody can't hold the camera for you?
No.
This is what sucks about being a guy. Everything's gay for guys. Like if you were like, "Hey, I got a lady friend. She's kind of into me. I need you to take a video of me busting." And I'd be like, "Dude, that's gay." It's like, "You can't do this one thing for me? You say you're friends, you can't do this one thing for me."
Dude, I didn't reject you to Frit, aka Tiffany. What you getting into tonight?
Tiffany, you're interested in Dalton? Let's make this work. How you looking lately?
Yeah, send me some pictures.
I think Dalton would make
bare breasts.
a great lover, a nice friend. You know what I mean? Women are always saying they want to. You guys can watch movies together, make sweet love. I think she's going to be going. She's going to be going down to Nolo.
I can try.
Maybe you guys could hold hands on Bourbon Street together.
I'm bad at sex and I guess any kind of intimacy.
You guys can work on that.
Like human connection.
Yeah.
I'm very distant and uncomfortable with genuine human connection. I guess because I spend so much time. It's like Sling Blade said, he lives in his own heart, and that's a mighty big place to be.
So you're saying when you want some French fried potatoes with your sex, basically?
I would like some French fried potatoes, yes. I made some last night. Dude,
that movie's crazy because he Sling Blade's kind of scary. He befriends that young boy, and then he shows up at the hardware store or whatever, and the young boy pulls the mother aside, and the mother comes out and tells the father or the stepdad, like, "Oh yeah, this retarded man's gonna start living with us and hanging out with our son."
Yeah,
and you're like, "What? This is messed up."
Well, I think it's John Ritter John Ritter in that movie is a homosexual, and so because later in the movie, Sling Blade tells him. They tells me you're a cocksucker, and the Lord don't go for that gay shit. But you've been mighty nice to me and that boy, and even
been
though
mighty
you're
nice to me, faggot. So
yeah,
I'll
even though you're gonna burn
it.
in hell for sodomy, I reckon you're all right with me. Anyway, I'm gonna go to prison now for killing that boy's daddy. Can you look at it's something like that? You know, I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. What's crazy, what's great about that movie is all the cuts that's coming back in style because some new generation is going to find that because people are taking the Snow White lead role lady and superimposing with AI her doing the Sling Blade line. So a whole new generation is going to find that movie based on the terrible acting of the Snow White movie, which is going to be great.
She's good though. Rachel, all those fucking Disney live action movies suck, but Rachel, whatever, Zegler, yeah, she's good. I like her. I think she'll have a good career.
I don't see what the big deal is with. So a couple things, right? I don't think that she's ugly. Okay, maybe you guys will call me wrong on this, but I think it's crazy when they bring up somebody like her that is above average attractive. She's not like, Victoria's Secret supermodel 1990s attractive, but she's attractive, thin, and they just destroy her online and they show a close-up of her back with some peach fuzz on it. And they're like, she's basically Robin Williams because she has a little bit of body here.
Yeah, well, they do this thing where these rage bait influence, whatever they are. These accounts on Twitter will go frame by frame through a movie to find like one still frame. Look, a movie is 24 frames per second.
Yeah, that one where she's got the underbite. Dude.
Yeah, where she's like in the middle of blinking, and they go, look at how busted this bitch is. And it's like, yeah, anybody, if you go through each frame of anything, you're going to find someone in the middle of blinking, and they're going to look stupid.
Yeah.
That's not, I mean,
there's a new Reddit
that way.
I haven't gone on there, but a couple people have mentioned this to me and said it's hilarious, but I haven't done it. There's a new Reddit that started up about Dan Soder and how he's got a hole in the top of his mouth. And so it's just freeze frames of Dan Soder when he laughs like Man-at-Arms from the He-Man cartoon. And you can see behind his teeth, and it's just like a darkness, the way the top of his is like the palate of his roof of his mouth is, that looks like there's a hole. And there's a whole group of people that make it their job to watch podcasts, freeze frame him laughing, and then upload the photo to Reddit of Dan Soder. It's like, it's just crazy.
That's why I try to do everything where the video quality is as shitty as possible, because freeze frame this and it's just going to look like CCTV footage.
Yeah,
you get nothing on me because it already looks like shit. These crisp HD cameras, all these podcasts are using. Yeah. No disrespect to Dan Soder, but maybe if he was using the webcam built into his 2019
Dan Soder, when I know you listen to this probably on Monday mornings when you get your day started, open invite to come on the show anytime. You know, Robbie can maybe teach you a couple things about some voices and stuff, help you out. We already have a main voice guy. If you want to work your way up in the ranks, we could use a second voice guy to step in every now and again.
We can talk about my favorite TikToks of billions that I've watched.
Yes. We can mispronounce your character's name, or I can mispronounce your character's name a bunch of times on Billions. Yeah.
Dude, Billions is such a crazy...
I'll call you McPhee for an hour or so.
Dude, it's a crazy
Talk about
show,
how
dude.
I used to live near Boston, and Katie's family's from Boston. That would be great.
I saw a TikTok of Billions the other day that, like, every I keep telling myself, maybe I should watch this because it looks like such an insane show. But then it's fun to just kind of get it in pieces on TikTok and, you know, maybe piece it together that way. But it was like some clip where it was Bobby Axelrod arguing with another billionaire about something, like where the other billionaire was like one of these altruistic billionaires, and Bobby Axelrod was like, "You didn't get to where we are without being a monster like me," or whatever. And then it cuts, and then so they get done fighting or whatever, and then Bobby Axelrod like walks out of the room and goes into another room.
Bobby Axelrod, that's the woman that slept with Drake and left her husband to do interviews. I know her. She's got big old titties.
But then he goes into another room to then have a conversation with, I don't know why he's in the episode, because I didn't get the whole, it's a TikTok. Yeah. But then he goes to have a conversation with James Hetfield.
Yeah.
As James
He's great.
Hetfield. Yeah.
Yeah. I was always on his side. The McCoys can go fuck themselves.
Yeah. So he goes to talk to James Hetfield, and he goes, "James, how do you do it, man?" And James Hetfield goes, "I just play, brother." And then he hits a lick on the guitar, and that's the end. And I'm like, and I'm just like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this show about? Like, what?
Yeah, like there's so many shows like that. So I kind of know poker, right? And you play like you know what I mean? So I'm kind of like in that world. So when you watch poker shows and movies and stuff, it's so cringe and it's so bad when it comes up in TV shows. So I'm sure if you're like a real finance guy, you watch these finance things and you want to freaking smash the television. But for us retards, we're like, yeah, that is what finance guys are like.
Well, yeah, because it's like, how could anyone actually know? I don't think finance guys know what's going on, because that's what led to the 2008 housing crash.
They knew that was going on, but it's like it was this big system in play, so they just kept juggling it, trying to make money and then kick the bucket to somebody else to get fucked.
It seems like, well, I guess honestly,
like Tim Dillon knew that he was selling subprime mortgages to people that couldn't afford them. And
Did
he
you say
also
Tim
knew
Pool?
that he bought a house that he couldn't afford. So
Right.
like they knew what was happening. They just
Well,
were
that's
like, fuck it.
that's the real. Here, from my only understanding of it, to be honest with you, is from the two movies that were made about it, The Big Short and Margin Call. So I'm getting everything from movies.
I was in real estate at the time, and I also
Also-
wanted to talk to you about a scheme, an upcoming scheme we could do.
right.
So,
but it
we'll
seems
talk
like
about
with
that
the
later.
housing thing in 2008
Yeah.
was that something was happening that I guess no one realized or no one knew that
Everybody knew it was going on. They just were like, that's Homer's problem tomorrow. That's future Homer's problem.
Right. So the narrative in The Big Short that these guys were just finding out about it is maybe not, like, they knew it was going on for a while.
Well, it's like anything, like when somebody needs to pass the buck, like when Socrates, in the time of Socrates, which was 650 BC, they knew the world was round. But we talk about it today like people thought the world was flat up until 1,000 years ago, whatever. It's just
Right.
like, it just mainstream retards all thought this, but the actual people in the know were panicking.
Okay, because
you
the
can't
movie
talk about it,
presents
so,
this idea that the financial sector was doing was kind of like the way it was handling these mortgages and these mortgage-backed securities and all of that.
Yeah.
Was that they didn't even know what it was they were creating by bundling all these bad loans together, or these like, however it worked, where the entire housing market was on a house of cards of just like loans that nobody could pay off.
Yeah.
And so the movie presents this idea.
It was mandated by Clinton's Affordable Housing Act, basically, where they had to give people that couldn't afford them these whatevers, and the government was like, don't worry about it, we'll take care of it if anything goes wrong. And then they end up getting bailouts.
Right. The movie presents this idea that, what is it, Bear Stearns and whatever, these like ratings agencies were taking like these I mean, I don't even know, dude. It just presents this idea that no one person or entity really understood the scope of what was happening, and then a few key players somehow like just were looking at charts one day and said, "Wait a minute," and then somehow had to create a new way to do finance because they realized for the first time in history, most of the country is not going to be able to pay its mortgage. So we need to figure out how to short the housing market itself.
We use Keynesian economics, and Keynes was a homosexual man with no children and no lineage. And they picked Keynesian economics to go with, and then they would literally ask Keynes, in his own words, written in his book and said many times in public, when they ask him, but he's like, this isn't going to work long term. And he said, who cares about the long term? We'll worry about it then. So like this whole financial system we have right now is based on, we know it's going to collapse, but I'll be dead because I don't have children, so who's going to worry about it? And everybody was just like, okay, I guess this is the system we're going with. Keynesian. Right.
Yeah.
So I know that sounds bad, but like people with no skin in the game shouldn't be making multi-year, same with politicians, shouldn't be making multi-year life decisions for the rest of us.
Right. Well, I've watched a bunch of finance movies and shows.
Yeah.
And then I've watched actual finance people discuss finance, like real, and both of those, both the movies and shows and the real finance guys, it all sounds like gobbledygook.
Yeah.
It all sounds like fucking nonsense. Dude, one of my favorite finance guys on the internet, because he seems like a real dude.
Yeah.
Who's not like a, maybe
that
he's
Caleb dude?
No, maybe
like
he's
him.
griftery to some degree. I don't know, but he seems more genuine than the others. But it's this guy Nicholas Crown, and I love his videos. Let me see my phone, dude. I love his videos.
Let me see if I've seen any clips of this young Nicholas man you speak of.
Yeah, because he speaks so matter of fact, and he seems like has good intentions, where he just like, I guess, wants people to understand how this shit works.
Oh, I've seen this guy. So I've seen him do like the TikTok clips where he's like, I'm rich. I'm ultra rich. And
So
one
he
guy's being a
started out
complete
with
dick,
that.
doing it. One guy's a complete dickhead, and the other guy's the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah, he started out with that, and then now he does like legit financial advice, but it's financial advice for people who I guess understand this. I don't know, because it also I'm like I have.
So can I say something about this guy? So I'm sure I don't know anything about him, right? Except for those clips that he made before. But I'm looking at a picture of him on his nicholascrown.com thing on his about section of him with the glasses and the hair slicked back on the suit on the phone and the mustache. I can't stand it, dude. I can't stand the look that he's chosen. And I know people love this, dude. It irks the fuck out of me. Like, I don't ever want to be around people like this. This is why I end up in the skank universe doing lo-fi, is because I can't believe that a person would chooses to, like, you have all the options in the world to be comfortable and choose, and that's the one you land on. And people probably say that about me being like,
well, I guess what I like about his
world,
shit,
and I choose to look like a scumbag.
His shit, like from what I've seen, he's not a guy who talks about the hustle grind set and you know, dominating your enemies or whatever. He's very he seems very pragmatic is what I like about him. Like here, I'll show you. This is one I watched recently that really spoke to me.
I'll watch with an open mind, but I'll tell you right now, what's it called? Physiology or whatever it's called.
Physiognomy.
Yeah, can't stand it, dude. He already irks me from a distance. I would never cultivate.
I think you'll like what he has to say in this one.
All right, I'm gonna go in with an open mind.
All right, check this out. How do I start? Not that. This one.
All right, just pause. I can't stand mustaches. Dude.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Sorry. Just the idea of the mustache, dude, in a non-ironic way. I can't stand it. I think Gen Zs are fucking with all of us. But it also could be because I didn't have a good relationship with my father and he had a mustache. So maybe I got to work on those things.
Just hold on. Here, I think I figured it out.
It's like, why have a mustache when you can have a whole fucking beard?
He does look like Jeremy Piven. He does look like
big beard, my friend.
Robbie's third cousin's right. He does look like Jeremy Piven, yeah.
Yeah, he looks like handsome Jeremy Piven. Maybe I'm sexually attracted to this guy.
I mean,
maybe that's the problem.
That's Jeremy Piven, my friend.
Oh, Jeremy does have hair now. Jeremy does have hair
I guess
now.
Jeremy Piven went to Turkey and got the hair surgery.
Yeah, stand-up comedian, friend of the show, love Entourage, Mr. Wahlberg. Reach out to me. I'm outside Providence in Boston myself.
So anyway, check. This is a good one. Here it is.
I'm deeply closeted. Robbie's
Damn
third cousin.
casino. The goal of an individual's portfolio isn't to maximize it to infinity. That's because it has to be drawn down eventually. When you have to draw something down at some point, you will have to think about protecting it. That's why you shift from maximizing returns and accepting whatever the market throws at you to taking less risk so you could hit a target date or a target value. So work becomes optional. You have to do this as you age. It's the same thing as leaving the casino when you hit the number in your head that pays for your New York strip and your suite. Leave.
See, there you go. That's good advice.
So walking away from the mustache, because the mustache bothers me. If we could get rid of the mustache, one thing I don't mind, I like the 5 o'clock shadow with the mustache pause. Like more than that gay dude that does the flips off the piano with the mustache style. That really bothers me. But having seen him in this light where he's not doing the voices on TikTok where he's talking to himself, much more digestible. And I did like that.
That was actual financial advice.
Yes. And I actually do that. So I don't have a fancy car. I have a 2007 Volvo that I'm bringing back to the shop on Wednesday. I live in a small unit here. I have whatever I need and more, and I'm living off of passive cash flow income from my investments. I don't have Lamborghinis. I don't have a big mansion or whatever, but I've decided that I can still grow up a little bit, but you can just cash out like he's saying. And at some point, you want to be able to cash out of your investment and live your life, so you're not saving this huge wad for infinity. Go ahead.
I do not think I could fit inside of a Lamborghini.
I don't think I could drive one. Physically,
No,
I don't think I'd be able to drive a Lamborghini.
most people can't. Most people can't. Like, I don't think Shaq could drive a Lamborghini, dude.
'Cause
You're basically Shaq, dude. You're the Shaq of the
I've
Billionaire
driven-
Podcast Network, dude.
I've driven like not even a car close to that kind of luxury, but I've
Yeah.
driven like when I
A
worked
Mazda?
at no,
A
Mazda's
Mazda
nice.
M7, dude.
No, when I worked at Enterprise, I had to drive like
Oh yeah, dude. You
every now and
crashed.
then.
I've crashed cars.
Every now and then, I would have to drive something like a Mustang, or
Okay.
some kind of not necessarily a luxury car, but
Mustang Sally.
yeah.
Sally.
But I remember getting it, like trying to sit in those kinds of cars where I was like, I don't fit in this. I can't fucking
Dude.
drive this shit.
When I was 18, 19, 20, when I was dating that woman, I was dating the stripper that would go on the Howard Stern show. And the first thing she said when I picked her up in my 240 Volvo, she's like, why do you drive such a small car? You're tall. You need a bigger car. And I was like, lady, beat it. And my whole life I drew sedans. And then I switched to a SUV in my early 40s. And I was like, oh my God, I feel I got headroom. I can see the lights without having to go like this under the thing. And I'm not that tall. And I was like, I don't know how people that are taller and bigger than me
I'm too
drive
fat
like
for
Civics.
cars.
I don't know how, like, no, but like I see guys taller than me and bigger than me driving like Priuses and like Civics and stuff. And I'm like, you just must be in pain driving because I'm not that big. You know what I mean? I'm like 5'10", 5'11", 200 pounds. And if I drive a Volvo sedan, I feel cramped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you a
Yeah,
truck guy, Dalton?
No.
No.
I hate trucks are too big for me.
Dude, I can
Like-
see you in like a Toyota, like a small Toyota truck.
Yeah, well, they don't make those anymore. So every Toyota truck now is big as shit.
Yeah.
I would gladly drive, like an old Toyota truck or a Chevy S10,
Yeah.
but they don't make trucks like that anymore because for some reason every truck now has to be just big as fuck.
Yeah.
So my zone, like what I really like to, I don't really care to drive that much. But of the cars I can get in the States, I mean, obviously, the crown jewel is the Hilux, which would require a 100% tariff to even buy.
I've seen a lot of talk about bringing the Hilux to America on
They're gonna
social
fuck
media.
it up. They're gonna fuck it up because of our emissions, like our bullshit fucking emissions thing.
Yeah.
Because there's some.
I love
thing
hearing you
here-
talk libertarian, Dalton.
Well, there's some
Wait.
fucking emissions regulation here.
Yes.
That all
Go
the-
ahead.
all the
Come
auto-
to the light side, my friend.
All the automakers have figured out that they can work around the emissions regulations by just building the chassis of a truck extremely fucking big. So now every truck is huge, but it's for some like weird it's for some bullshit reason because trucks used to be much more manageable. Like they
Yep.
used to not take up the entire road. Now they do, and I fucking hate driving them. Because my dad when I was a kid, my dad bought it was some blue Toyota truck he bought for $400.
Mhm.
It was sweet. It was an awesome truck. And but now every truck is like this.
I don't want to feel like I always just pick on the Democrats, but Obama's cash for clunkers thing
I've
really
heard-
fucked up the car market
I've
and
heard
like
this.
all that shit.
I've heard there's something happened with cash for clunkers where it just like removed so many used vehicles from the market.
Well, you couldn't get the parts anymore because of that, and it couldn't trade it, and so like when they started these new things, and it just kind of fucked over all the people that would kind of that didn't have loans. So if it was me looking back at it from an economic point, it seems like it was the car companies lobbied to have that so they could get you on new cars, and then the banks got in and said, "Oh, whatever." And now, bigger than student loans is the car debt in America.
Dude,
when people are paying thousands of dollars for cars.
Dog, my aunt who is my dad's twin sister. So she's the same age as my dad.
Does she look like your dad's Drew Carey, and she looks like Mimi, like Drew Carey in a wig?
Mimi was not Drew Carey in a wig. Mimi Bobek was.
Well, yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. Like,
the actress's
that was a
name.
bad example, but
no, she looks like the Dust Bowl. That picture, remember? You know that famous picture of the Dust Bowl mom. She just looks like a weathered Dust Bowl mom.
Okay.
She just looks like she's lived a rough life, which she has, but she's in her 60s, and she recently bought some new Volkswagen, and the whole family is pissed off at her about this because she just went to the dealership and bought the Volkswagen and didn't haggle.
Yeah.
And when everyone found out the interest rate on that loan, like the whole family's been screaming. Her son, the entire family's mad at her because she's got this Volkswagen at like 19%.
Oh, dude, you can. I mean, I don't know what people's credits are, but like when I bought my car for like $5,000, like decades ago. And I got a AAA loan on it for like 3.5% interest. And then I just did it to slowly pay it off. And then because your credit reports are so fucking stupid, where in order to build your credit, you need certain types of loans that you've bought and paid off. And I never had a car loan. I always bought them cash. So I bought the car and then slowly paid it off and paid a little bit of interest on it. But I have heard these stories where people like finance these cars and don't understand because they want their payment low, that they're paying like $150,000 for like a used BMW if they just make their payments on time.
I would just take a few grand and go buy like some 10, 15-year-old Toyota if you could still do that.
You can go in, if you're a veteran or your family members are a veteran, I highly recommend that everybody sign up for USAA. They're the best in the biz. And then you can hand it down to your kids, even if you're not a veteran. But it's veteran only. It's like AAA. And if you can't do that, sign up for AAA. It's like $100 a year for the car stuff. But on top of that, you get access to, like my car, through AAA, my car loans were at like 2.3%, and they shop it around for you. So you shouldn't be going in there and doing 29.9% on a freaking used car.
Dude, that's like credit card interest rate. That's like the fucking interest rate that that I had on a Venmo credit card I never paid off, which I don't know who bought that debt, but I got to pay that at some point.
To answer in Sitvis or whatever, the USAA pyramid scheme goes infinitely, but you can't miss a generation. So my dad was a Vietnam vet, 68, 69. He was USAA. So I'm USAA, and I can hand that down indefinitely, but it can never skip a generation. I would have to have children, and their children have to give my children. So my grandchildren couldn't get it unless my kids signed up. So as long as you don't miss a generation, it goes forever. And it's, and that's the only way in, is you or somebody you know has to be in. But I highly recommend it because the customer service is great.
Mm-hmm.
You call in, they take care of everything. You talk to a nice American white person with no translation issues. If you catch my drift.
Oh man.
Or whatever.
It's all, by the way,
even an Americanized, you'll get an Americanized Asian every now and again.
It's by the way, it's over, dude. It's over. But I need super chats.
Are you fired?
Not yet, but I need.
But I know what we're gonna do now. Now that you have a at home, you got an at home sales background, dude. We can get into wholesailing, real estate, trade and paper, dude. We're gonna trade paper, dude. We're gonna wholesale real estate, dude. We're gonna sell paper to people. We're gonna call up old ladies, chit chat with them, lock up their property for an unreasonably low rate, and sell that to one of these big hedge funds, dude. And we're gonna make
the writings on the wall, dude.
Thousands of dollars, dude.
First off, I need everybody to subscribe to all the Patreons I got going.
Yeah, and when you sign up to Patreon, go to the Patreon website and sign up directly. You can still watch it on your phone, but you need to sign up directly so that the app companies don't take an extra cut. And
I will update the audio feed soon.
Stuff. Yeah.
I'm going to update the audio feed. Patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. Patreon.com/the Crowder Boys. I'm going to update the audio feed, but please subscribe. Yeah. So sales. You're gonna miss the days when you got to talk to a real human Indian. I'll tell you that much.
I don't know, dude.
I don't
know.
So
Okay,
I'm
prove my
like,
mind. Prove my mind. I'm listening.
on some kind of fucking final double secret probation at my sales job because like I had to have like a serious conversation with my manager that this company is some bullshit.
Okay.
She was like, well, unfortunately for last month, you were. I don't even understand like what this means, but she was like, so you were effective, but one of your KPIs was off track, and I go, so I'm not effective.
Your
she
KSIs?
Like, well, no, and I go,
your KSIs are off, dude.
My KSI, my KRS1.
Yeah.
No, whatever. What does KPI mean again? It's like key. Hold on. What was it?
I think I know, but I'm not supposed to say the first word anymore.
Key performance indicator. So
okay.
Yeah, it's one of these
Different.
companies. It's one of these companies that uses insane. I don't even understand because she's like, well, you were effective, but one of your KPIs was off track, so now you've elevated.
Did you say defective or effective?
No, she said you came in effective for the month, but one of your KPIs was off track. Yeah. Which means you're elevating to the next level of like probation or whatever.
What KPI like, do they want you to work on? What are you missing?
So the company sells like a number of things, and there's two major KPIs they grade you on.
Mm-hmm.
So one of them I like was through the roof on, and I nailed it. Yeah. And then the other one was off by 1%.
Yeah.
And she was like, but if the company decides that they're going to adjust the quota for the last month because there's been some funny things that like some kind of issues with the phones, then that might actually mean that you actually were on track. Mm-hmm. And I was like, is anybody here actually like going through the calls and paying attention to what's happening? Because
no,
we're all getting like just slaughtered with calls every day, and so much of what's coming through is like I feel like the phone system is routing people to the wrong department because they're coming to me and it's stuff that I'm trying to do something with that inevitably I have to transfer them to the department they were actually trying to get to. And so today was like so bad. Everybody in the department was having that issue to the point where I had to reach out to her and go, hey, I got everything written up in a Word document of every call I've gotten today that's had this issue. Why don't you go through and take a look at these so you can like understand what's happening in this department? That it's not like because anyone here is not trying.
So you're a cog in the system so I see that. So I'm in this investment group that's building itself, and they were coaches, but now they're trying to train coaches and create a system to train these coaches. So eventually they could sell this investment group model in the future and make money off of it. And as they're starting to do that, I'm not liking the investment group as much because it's not as hands-on. And so I think what happens with the large corporations like you work at, that they don't give a shit about that. They need these metrics hit because they're like, well, we'll just get rid of this guy. We'll get rid of employee 1725896 and plug in this new guy. We'll pay him less. He'll make less in commissions. And so they want to make sure that they can just
trying to type the N-word in the chat. Stop. Stop that.
Man, if I want to say it, I just write it down, man.
Anyway, continue.
I'm just saying it just sucks because when they create these huge structures now, corporations and government are like this. It's, somebody starts a business and they run the business, like a mom and pop, and people are there and they talk to them, right? But eventually it goes public and they have a board of members, and the board of members have a fiduciary right to pay for stockholders. It's not about the customers anymore or the business or whatever. So they're creating this monster. And when they leave, there's technically no head of this monster anymore. It's become its own, like, you know, the Akira monster, where it's just like growing and sucking in everything that the board members added to the laws and the rules.
Normally, I like
And then they
getting
leave, and there's another bunch of laws and rules that these people follow in the structure. But when you really sit back and you start talking, you're like, well, where did this rule come from? Who made it up? And it's like, no one knows where it came from and who's saying it or why the company does it anymore. They just do. And like when people actually look up, you're like, oh, this is, they don't
like
recognize that they're doing it, if that
like
makes
the movie
sense.
Cube.
Sort of like the movie Cube. But I was just thinking how like jobs in government and stuff is kind of like, or cults, religion. People pick up these traditions and they don't realize why anymore. And if you ask questions, people were like, be quiet and friggin' kill the child and rip out its heart so the sun doesn't get covered by the moon anymore.
Well, that's what happens in Cube is they talk to the guy who they find out actually worked.
Yes,
He
you're
worked
right.
on
I
the
forgot
Cube
about
and
that.
he said, I was a contractor they hired to make like nuts and bolts. I don't know anything about this.
Yes.
Other than I did work on this project. And he said, I don't think anyone knows what this is or why it was even created or who even built it.
Yep.
But it exists now, and because it exists, they have to use it.
Yep.
So he was like, we're here probably for no reason.
Yeah.
Like there's no head of this, there's no leader, there's no experiment, there's literally no reason that they did this other than it exists and they did it.
Well, this is one of my major problems with huge corporations, which are a government entity and the government. And I don't really like the way that they like kind of assigned Elon to go in and get rid of all this waste and stuff. But when you create these structures based on force where they can just print money to keep these stuff alive, there's no real life feedback that tells you when to end something. You know what I mean? You're not getting real
monster. Shout out dogs.
You're not getting any real feedback from reality to tell you that this is not working. And so it does. So there is so much waste where there's these projects where this slush money is just continuously going in to continuously do this stuff that's losing funding. Right. Even the police, like they will murder somebody. So then they sue the police department, and then the police department only has money from the taxpayers that they stole. So they pay off the families through the funds of the person that they murdered. And then because their funding goes down, they get more funding the next year. So they actually end up getting incentivized to murder more people in their community through getting more funds.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Whereas like if you and me started a security company and we murdered somebody, we would be out of business. We would get sued to oblivion and go out of business. We wouldn't get more funding.
How do I... Oh, you just reminded me of
this
something.
Has been Dave Wright's... I'm part of the problem. Part of the problem.
Are
you feeling tired, Dalton? Are you losing focus? Not feeling energized or optimized or fueled right now? Are you noticing that your testosterone doesn't have support and your cortisol may feel unregulated or even stressed?
Dave,
is your mental clarity and focus lacking? Are you starting to feel an energy crash that can't be sustained? Sounds like you could use some premium freeze-dried Colombian coffee,
Dave,
infused with Tonga Lee, ashwagandha, lion's mane, and L-theanine.
He doesn't like this kind of thing.
I'm just brainstorming here. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, how do I... Hold on. Why can't you... how do I zoom in on a thing? Is it Command Plus?
I use the wheel. I hold control and then I use the wheel on my mouse.
Okay.
So I don't know.
I wanted to... You reminded me of something when you said the police. I just wanted to...
Bloop,
this is one of my...
is the sound of the beast.
One of my favorite...
Bloop is the sound of the police.
One of my favorite shirts is this. If you see the police, Warner Brother.
Hell yeah, dude. The only thing that would make that better is if it was screen, like, I know it's screen printed on there, but like airbrush screen, screen printed on there. Really, that's really good, dude. That's
Yeah,
really
that's one of my favorite shirts you see every now and then.
Yeah.
It's just like a homeless guy who was given that, by a good Samaritan.
Yeah.
Gave him a novelty shirt. This is if you
Really
see the
good,
police
dude.
Warner Brothers.
There's no fat on that joke either, dude. It's perfect. Great economy of words.
Oh yeah, I remember the first
And
time
the
I saw
imagery.
that there was
Yeah.
when I was a kid, a black guy at my church was wearing that, and I said, "That's the funniest thing I've ever seen." Is if you
That's
see
it.
the police
My
Warner
life is all
Brothers.
downhill from here now that I've
Yeah.
seen this shirt, dude. I peaked.
Damn, dude. I mean, you know what? For $17.99, I might order that. I might have to lose a little weight to fit into it, but I'll order that.
That could be your goal, dude.
My goal weight is to fit into the if you see the police Warner Brothers shirt.
Yeah, you know how Jared Fogle held up the giant pants or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be the opposite. You'll hold up the tiny Warner Brothers shirt, dude. Until one day you're wearing it, and then you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
I
you'll
had
have
this
the
up on a hanger.
muumuu that you're wearing before over your shoulder that you don't need anymore.
I had this on a hanger hanging on my closet door for a year before I could fit into it. I looked at it every day, and I said, one of these days I'm going to fit into this novelty T-shirt.
It is kind of crazy. Like if you've ever gone to any of the podcasts on Gas Digital, and the sizes of the clothes that are left over based on the fan. So like if you go to the Boys Cast when they were doing merch, all there are plenty of XXLs and XXXLs left over. So it's like, oh, so their fan base is similar to Danny and they're kind of not like grind, but the Boys Cast is kind of better yourself, funny stories.
Everybody's size
they're selling out. They're selling athletic greens and stuff like that. But then if you go to Skanks and you go look at the shirts, all the small, medium, and larges are still there, and the quadruple XLs, even in the female sizes, are all sold out all the time.
I am so excited about Beekeeper 2.
Contrary to popular belief,
Beekeeper.
Contrary to popular belief from the fans, I've talked to Nikki Champagne. She had fun on the show. She's going to come back. So I think when Beekeeper 2 comes out, that'll be the perfect opportunity to have Nikki back on the show to discuss
the
beekeeping.
Was such a pleasant surprise, how good that movie is. That was like, dude, do 5 of these. Make this. Just keep doing variations on John Wick. Do this. Keep doing The Accountant. Keep doing Nobody with Bob Odenkirk. Do another John Wick, dude. Just keep doing these kinds of movies where it's
There's Fast and Furious 10 now, right?
Yeah, but Fast and Furious is not a John Wick. Fast and Furious is its own thing. There's I don't know what you would call it. Just the lone, just the loner guy, the loner action movie. Just I guess harkening back to Charles Bronson, Death Wish. Just the guy who gets a hitch in his ass and says, I'm killing everybody for whatever reason. Because, John Wick is because they kill his dog. The Accountant is because he has autism. I forget, why he decides to do what he ends up doing in that movie. But I guess it's because he has autism.
Who, John Wick has autism?
No. The Accountant.
Oh,
Ben
the
Affleck.
Accountant. Yeah.
The accountant is autistic.
Did you go see the second one?
I haven't seen it yet, but I love the first one, so I need to see the second one. And the Beekeeper's British John Wick.
I don't know why Ben Affleck gets so much guff, but I did try to watch him on Theo's podcast.
Ben Affleck is an amazing actor.
I love his acting. I tried to watch him on Theo's podcast. I did not like the cut of his jib. I was having a difficult time getting into the like Theo was trying to joke, and I don't know if Ben's not used to that format or whatever. He kept like barreling over the jokes and going back to the serious topic when Theo would drop something that was clearly Theo being a Theoism.
I think, because I think Ben Affleck is a very like serious kind of. I don't know.
He's a very serious actor, dude.
Yeah.
Did you see Batman Superman, dude? That's like, it's basically.
Well, he's talked about that. He's talked about how he was like, I thought it'd be cool to be Batman, but actually that sucked.
Yep. I liked it. I didn't think he was terrible.
He was good. He's good. It's just like those are not good movies, but he's good. When he got cast as Batman, I said this is good casting, and these movies are gonna suck.
You know, it's crazy too. Is his brother is an amazing actor who doesn't get enough props.
I like Casey Affleck. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see Manchester by the Bay,
Affleck, the better.
But I've been to Manchester by the Bay, and it's a cool place.
Yeah, I love
Folks,
all the
if you're ever in New England, check out Manchester by the Bay.
I love all the Afflecks. I love all the Baldwins. I love all the Skarsgårds, the Culkins.
I don't like the murderer Baldwin.
I mean,
but I like the other one. I like the one from Biodome, dude. The one with Pauly Shore and Biodome was cool.
Yeah, I like Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, and then that's also the one whose daughter is married to Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
Who I don't think he's going crazy. Like maybe I'm retarded when it comes to emotional breakdowns.
He seems like he's doing better than every other 31-year-old I know.
Yeah, dude, like he's on stage fucking crushing life with SZA, and all the comments are like, what's wrong with Justin Bieber? It's like, I don't know. He's crushing life singing with one of the hottest young up and coming superstars on stage.
Yeah, he's not 14 anymore. But me and all of my, like, I'll say this because all the people that say, like, oh, something's clearly wrong with him, I'm like, have you ever talked to a guy in his 30s? Because, like, all of us, like, dude, the conversations I have with all of my friends are like, dude, I'm doing everything possible not to kill myself right now.
Dude, there's like
all of us are just like, fuck, dude. I didn't think it was ever going to get this
angle lens that like some paparazzi's got some wide angle lens they zoomed in on, and it's like him and his wife Haley on a yacht chilling, and like he's got a ball cap on or like a scully cap on, and he like rubs his forehead and like, what's going on with Justin's terrible life? I'm like, he's chilling on a yacht with a hot chick that loves him, dude. He's doing okay.
Yeah, he's just 31. He just looks like a 31-year-old, and they're like, why isn't he a fuckable teen boy anymore?
Yeah,
well, he's a fuckable man.
When his manager found the 16-year-old on YouTube at 3 a.m. in the morning, his Jewish manager, and reached out to him to sign him up. One of the first things he said that he loved his boyish good looks.
Request Pete and Boss. Oh, I love those guys.
I don't know who Pete and Boss is.
Dude, Pete and Boss are the fucking dudes.
It sounds. If I had to guess, I would think that it is an Adult Swim comedy cartoon duel.
You couldn't be. Dude, you don't even. You have no. You're not, dude. Yeah, you don't even know. Dude.
Nailed it.
You don't know nothing about Pete and Boss.
Oh wait, I know who they are. They're the British rap group, dude.
Yeah.
I love them, dude. They freaking kick ass.
I was gonna say we'll get to
they do British like drill rap.
I had some thought I was gonna. Oh,
dude, they're so good.
Okay, so here the writing's on the wall.
Yeah,
like where I work at, they just implemented this new thing that just automatically opens when you clock in, and if you close it, you just get a reminder that's like, please open this back up. And it's some like sales assistant, and I was like, what the fuck is this?
It's sales assistant like AI that you can
work with. The most recent meeting I had with my manager, I said, what is this? Yeah. And she said, oh, that's like a new thing to make your job easier. It's like a sales assistant. And I go, is it AI? And she said, yeah, it's like an AI thing. And I go, so if I'm training my replacement. Yeah. I just told her that. I said, you got me using this AI, so that means I'm training my replacement. And she was like, no, it's just to like help you with your job. And I was like, yeah, I get that, but the way
You're basically John Henry, dude. You're like,
yeah, I told her,
I'm like, I cannot sell this AI, dude.
I said, but the way these things work is that they like the more that
shout out to John Henry.
I was like, the more that we use it, that's how it learns and gets better at what it does.
Yeah, garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah, and so eventually it's gonna develop to the point where it can just do my job. Yeah. And she said, yeah, but that's not, and I go, it's gonna happen sooner than you think. And it's like, I'll work until that day comes or until you guys get rid of me. But I was like, I said, all of us here training this to take our jobs.
You should ask her, you're like, is the AI going to be able to hold back its racism as well as I do? Because eventually it's going to go sentient, and then you're going to have to train it to not be as racist as I am.
Yeah.
Which is going to go against all its instincts.
It blew me away when I saw that because I was like, man, they're even going to try and automate like talking to people. Just like the one thing I was told couldn't really be automated, which is like sales, communication. Yeah. I was like, they're going to fucking try. They're definitely going to try.
So one of the things that won't be able to be automated is shows like this. And an example will be because AI kind of doesn't, it messes up, but it messes up to objectively not making like crossover mistakes. So me not being good with names ends up being funny because I literally don't care about Star Wars. So my brain saves the character Jar Jar Binks as Jar Jar Binks or whatever in my brain, and I say it out loud. Yeah. So then that creates a whole spin-off of stuff and stuff like Notorious Bastards, because I don't care that it's Inglorious Bastards or whatever. AI isn't going to be able to do that. It's not going to be able to perfect retardation like we have. So people are going to want to come back to authenticity. It's kind of like that when you listen to Jimi Hendrix or that Nirvana song, and the final cuts that you hear all the time has got feedback in it or an error or a mess up where they fuck up the bridge.
Yeah.
And then that becomes part of this. The fuck up becomes part of the song.
Yeah.
And so maybe AI will get to a point where it does that, but I don't think that it will. I think it'll come to an issue where it does not compute.
Well, we got a request to get to. We got a couple of requests. This is Cornfed Radio. I'm not playing. This is a fucking 6-minute song. Black Flag, slip it in. We'll do a couple minutes on it.
Thanks for the super chats, guys.
Cornfed Radio 148.8, the chirp.
Can I remind you guys that I know most of you come here to hate me. I don't get a penny of this. This all goes to Dalton. So don't let my attitude reflect poorly on your super chats. Okay. 100% of this goes to the lovable Dalton so that he can quit his grind as a slave, so he can come on here, so he can make funny content. You know what I mean? So eventually, Arena Fest is going to happen on a yacht somewhere.
Keep maybe super chatting so
Lake
I can
George in New York City or New York or whatever. Yeah.
Keep super chatting so I can keep gambling on meme coins until one of them hits.
And then I quit. And as soon as one of them hits, I'm going to quit the show and never talk to you guys ever again.
I say, man, I ain't got to do shit no more, and I'm gone, dude. That's the dream, dude. Hit a fucking lick on a meme coin, rotate that shit to a money market account, $300,000 a year passive income. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Go to Turkey, get a penis enlargement, whatever. Head over to the Philippines, dude. That's the dream.
Yeah. I want to fill up Philippines. I want to fill up a penis with my penis.
Dude, that meme was fucking cracking me up.
Thank you, Michael. $20 gas money so you can fill her up. Drive to Skankfest. Thank you.
There was a meme that I saw this week that was cracking me up, and it was like
$1 from Chrome. New rule. Thank you.
It was just some big, like, disgusting American woman or whatever, and it was just like American woman, and then underneath it said Thai man. And it's just like this beautiful, it's just like wicked, grotesque, fat, dyed hair lady up top. And it's like American woman. And then underneath it, it's just like a very attractive lady boy. And it says Thai man. That meme, friggin' really good, dude. Guys, go on Twitter. Check out some memes. Check out some memes,
dude. Check out
They'll make you laugh, dude.
Brian, scumbag Steve, overly attached girlfriend. We went to the same college, me and her. She was like famous that year because that meme had just come out, and everybody was like, "Oh, the meme goes to this college." So anyway,
hell yeah, dude.
Cornfed Radio. No, I never met her. Cornfed Radio.
Hey, mama, come on.
I don't know.
Come on. This is it.
I got a boyfriend.
No, this is happening. This is the time now.
Okay.
All right, come on.
One of the best date rape songs around.
A logo band. Was that Rollins?
I think so. Yeah.
Because I gotta say, man, it was great until he came in. I was like, this is fast. It's fun. The riff is good. The sound's very punk. It's cool.
Yeah.
And then as soon as he came in, I said, man, this motherfucker sucks. Whoever's singing this, and it's Rollins.
There's something that happens with like everything. Is something cool happens, it's got a grassroots to it, then the industry finds it and it's like, how can we make a shit ton of money and fuck these people over? And that happened to punk, that happened to grunge, that happened to just about everything. And I never really cared for Rollins, but he was jacked and people were like, look at this dude, like he's jacked.
Well, that's what keeps everything moving forward, is like something pops and it's big, and then all these people do all these cool things with it.
Yeah.
And then it gets stagnant and everybody goes, we got to figure out what's next.
It turns
so that's the natural progression of everything.
It turns true fans into hipsters. So I don't know if he's actually in the chat, but he said he might stop by. But
Henry Rollins?
My buddy Jimmy that I met at Skankfest a couple years ago, we had gone to Boston to watch Chloe LeBranch do stand-up. And while we were there, people asked us what we were doing in Boston. We're like, oh, we're here to watch stand-up. And at the time, Shane, this is right before Mullen, Shane, and Dan were all coming to the huge theater there and whatever. So there's this like huge sign flashing photos and stuff in there. And everybody's like, oh, I love comedy too. Have you ever heard of Shane Gillis or Dan Soder? It's like, and both of us are like, yeah, a decade ago. And then it's like, you want to see the guys you love become famous and make money. But at the same time, once they do, you're like, this is a grotesque like
got a rash right now.
this has become a grotesque adaptation of what they once were when I fell in love with them, and now they've become this other entity.
Yeah,
And you want to still support them, but at the same time, you're like, this has just become the same mainstream slop, and so you become a hipster in that manner. I saw this like a couple days ago, and Crack just retweeted it a couple hours ago. I think you retweeted it. It's the new MGK
Mortal Kombat.
Whatever, the kid that looks like Dylan Negri or whatever, the guy that Eminem basically roasted into a different industry.
Kelly.
Yeah, Machine Gun Kelly. And besides the guy with the mustache that gives advice there, this look, this e-boy like fake punk rock, like the thing that Dylan does, that this guy does, is my least favorite avatar in the game. Like if we're in a simulation, this is the last avatar on my list that I'm picking. If there's reincarnation, this is for doing bad things in your previous life. But whenever I see Machine Gun Kelly, I think that's the dude that got Dalton made cry for calling him gay.
Tell me, would you wait for me? Baby, I'm a rolling stone. I got a lot of right in me, but I don't want to say this wrong. Tell me, would you stay with me?
So pause for a sec.
Maybe we could make this home. You should run.
What?
So when I first watched this video, it really perturbed me. And I'm like, this is the gayest, fakest, most satire thing. Then I watched it again. Does his shirt say cliche and this whole video is actually a joke and he's being self-aware?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's like bigger than we imagine.
Okay.
It's more complex than we initially realized, you know, maybe
he didn't get her in her prime, but he did get Transformer
Megan Kelly.
Megan Kelly.
That's actually, you know,
that's her name now. Yeah,
yeah,
Megyn
he's
Kelly.
Machine. That's a Machine Gun Kelly, and Megan Kelly.
He married Megan Kelly, dude.
Yeah.
But so she was super hot in Transformers. Like her less as she progressed in her transformation, but still pretty good pull. Better than Corinne Fisher, so I'll give that to this guy. But go on. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt this art.
This is like when this is over and this is just up on YouTube, I probably will have to trim that. Like this is gonna get blocked. So get them super chats coming because YouTube's not gonna let me keep this.
Even if you're better off alone, I like that you like me. I kissed your lips, you got good taste.
I do like this in the fact that I find it funny, like the Jack Black video.
Take this chance, I'll give you oxygen.
And I like butts.
But I'll say sorry in advance. My head's a mess. It's like that every day, and I'll try my best. It sounds cliche, but tell me, would you wait for me?
Okay,
Baby,
so yeah, it's got to be satire.
I don't want to say this wrong.
This sounds like dude. This sounds like I'm like just shopping at Target right now.
I think I don't know if he is, but whoever wrote this and came up with the video idea is probably self-aware.
Oh, dude, these things are. There's like a team of scientists that work on these songs. It's usually like all the pop music. There's like 4 or 5 different guys that write all of it. It's like Max Martin, Dr. Luke. Turns out, I think Benny Blanco is one of the big producers. It's like a few different guys, and then they just have like the formula for how music works.
Yeah.
So they write all this music,
and
they just hand it out to these artists or whatever you want to call them, and so it's all like constructed in the same way that like a factory.
Yeah, they put just the right amount of fat in there, the right amount of sugar, the right amount of salt, and it just hits that biological thing.
All of it's made to be like precise and efficient, and more than anything, just like catchy, so that like even some shit like that. That's like
Yeah.
to me is not my. It's not my bag, baby.
We want to hail Hitler.
I'm gonna be, like,
I wanna
later
miss
on-
hail Hitler. And then
Yeah,
you
like
you
later
spin
on, I'm gonna
around
be in
and-
the
yeah.
shower, being like, I'm gonna be
Round
because-
them all up, and we gotta put them in the chambers. And you're
No,
just like,
don't-
you
no,
don't even know what's happening. You're
no.
just singing along,
I'm done with anti
following orders.
That's what Kanye even said. What is this? Ginger Pisces. We got another request. What was I gonna say? But yeah, no, that's a good song. I like him. I like his tattoos. They're cool. It's cool
They
when
got an
someone gets
extra
so
bone
many.
in their
Someone gets
feet.
so many
They got
fucking
an
tattoos,
extra bone.
but they still want to keep getting tattoos. So they go, I know what I'll do. I'll just fucking get everything black now.
Yeah, they feel it.
Blackout.
Yeah, they put he probably had some, swastikas on his arm or whatever for like Hinduism, but then they got a bad rap, so he's like, oh, I got to black these
I
out
don't
now.
think it was that. It was probably just like
I'm just hypothesizing.
maybe
He's so edgy that
maybe.
he's so, he was a hardcore rapper. Now he's in, but here's the thing. It's similar to people making fun of Snow White and that other woman from like the new fake Lord of the Rings type thing there with the English face, the puffy English face lady child. These aren't meant for us. I'm pretty sure Machine Gun Kelly is meant for young chicks that watch TikTok.
I don't know who it's for.
And let's just say in states where it can make this comment, but if you're in one of the states where the age of consent is different, these young TikTok girls are watching that and their panties are getting wet. They're like, he's the cutest. He's spinning around. He's singing to me. I want to be in his car.
When you really think about it, like whatever's happening when a pussy gets wet is fucking disgusting.
Let me think. Yeah, Jordan Jensen has a bit about how penises are nice and clean, and vaginas are disgusting holes that drip fluid and bacteria.
Well, I don't know about her bit. I'm not here to talk about other people's bits unless they're disgusting wet pussies.
That's what it is. Her whole bit's about how disgusting ladies' vaginas are.
No. I don't want to talk about her like her jokes. This is a thought I just had just now.
Okay.
Because I don't know what
parallel thinking. Let's go.
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know what. I guess it's some kind of whatever it is, whatever pussy fluid is. I guess it's like a.
I hear you. You're saying
some kind of mucus
that
or something.
you prefer a nice clean
bone
soft,
dry.
You like a nice clean penis, and you don't
Even
like
penises.
wet. You don't like wet vaginas. You like a right out straight in your face balls in a penis. You know what you get into. You don't like a mysterious hole with parts and lips and flaps that has unknown moistures that are coming out of it.
Penises get wet, dude. Even penises, when they get hard and aroused enough, start leaking shit.
Yeah.
So it's all fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
It's all.
I wouldn't know. I've never
really,
turned a
really
man on,
grotesque.
Dalton, but I'll take your word for it.
You've never jacked off your penis and felt
Dude,
it?
that's gay, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
I do when I don't talk about this much, but I don't touch anything. I do mental erotica stimulation, right? Where you concentrate on your penis ejaculating while thinking of ladies until you come to full climax. So I never have to be homosexual with myself and touch my penis. And I do this with reduced stress and, regulated cortisol, mental clarity and focus.
I don't want to do this.
Sustain energy without a crash by taking lion's mane, L-theanine, ashwagandha, a pure blend of Tonka Ali. And I wish I could find all this stuff in one place. Right now, I have all these supplements all in my cabinet. I open them up. They're falling out on top of me. I'm trying to swallow pills. They're gross. If there was only one way that I could deliver all that stuff to myself in an easy, delicious, refreshing way every day, it would really change my life.
On some real shit, dude, I went to the grocery the other day, the market, and
Okay,
they had
good things.
a 6-pack of 1.5 liter Evian bottles for sale. So I bought
Okay.
big ass bottles of Evian.
Okay.
Dude,
Fancy.
It's
How you feeling? Hydrated?
so it's so much. I mean, yeah, it's like the difference is there. Like you could tell, like because Evian is sourced from
Yeah.
the French Alps.
Okay.
It's water from the French Alps. So if you
Yeah.
look at the bottle, do I have?
I don't think I would ever want to.
I don't think I have one of the bottles here with me.
Well,
But if you
now
look at
it's
the
probably
bottle,
not
it gives you a
touched-
breakdown of the
It's not touched
minerals.
by French people anymore. It's probably got you probably get Muslim guys farming.
Well, if you
it
look
for
at the
now.
bottle, it gives you the breakdown of like the minerals that are in it, and it is
Yeah.
like it's a very delightful mineral water, and
Okay.
it like obviously it hydrates you, but like the minerals really like keep you like energized. Like I feel like it makes me feel better, like I'm glowing, dude.
Not to interrupt, I'm sorry, but Sweez, if you do decide to feed your body and your brain or any of the Crowder Boys brain, please tell the individual that you bought it from that you heard it
Stop
here
doing this.
on Cornfed Live. Mention
Here-
to them
here-
you
here's
heard
the
about
thing.
the body brain mind connection here on Cornfed.
Here's the thing: is like
Promo
in
fed
the-
Cornfed 420 669.
I mean, it's just the thing is like like in the past, it seems like it seems like Lewis has never appreciated these kinds of bits, and that when people start like tagging him and stuff and reaching
What's
at
up,
him and,
Siv?
and doing these kinds of jokes,
Yeah.
he gets like actually annoyed by it and will like
Yeah, that's why I do it.
will
It's
be
called
but
trolling
then
Luis
he'll be like
Gomez.
punitive toward. It's just like you like.
I have
obviously
no
you-
connection with
Obviously,
Robbie.
you don't care, but it's like I guess at the end of the day, I've been getting by without a sponsorship.
Yeah.
Fine now, but it's like I guess if I
Dude,
do, if I
This
would
is
like to have
Billionaire
a
Podcast Network. Fuck Gas Digital. We're taking them down.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying like I guess
We'll
it's
start
like,
our own coffee.
my thing is like I get like if myself and all Robbie and all of us would like to have a business relationship with Lewis's different ventures and supplements and things like of that nature. I guess it's just like I don't know, man. I don't want people like tagging him and shit and bugging him, and
I
then
hear you.
he starts acting like.
Guys,
seeing
do me a
things on
favor.
Twitter is
Go over to
ruining his
Twitter.
day.
Go over to Twitter right now. Do me a favor and just tweet at Lewis. Say, I apologize for tweeting at you all the time. And mention me by name. I'm just thinking,
it's
Dalton.
silly. It's silly that like a guy that successful is looks at a Twitter notification and it like bothers him. But I mean, I don't know, man. It's just like I just don't. I would like to have some kind of. I would like sponsors for this show. It doesn't have to be Lewis. So I mean, I guess you could go pester him if you want. But
Don't pester Lewis. I'm just saying we all like to support people. We also like to optimize the fuel that we put into our bodies so that we have daily focus. We feel energized and we're ready to attack life. And the key to that is a formula built to support testosterone production, which means more drive, more strength, more vitality. And if we can do that by supporting a half-white individual in his endeavors, sign up. I mean, if it was me, the pre-sale ends Friday, May 30th at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's when the 20% discount ends, and shipments, pre-orders will ship by June 9th. Puerto Rican time, of course. But if you were to venture into that, I would say just tell them that, your friends over at Cornfed, Dave and Dalton sent you there. Just mention it to them. Tweet out your order online. It's good promo for the crew,
by the way, we got some requests to get to in a moment, but let's dip into the financial sector a little bit again.
Yeah.
So a couple days ago, something happened that I don't even understand, but apparently the Sui blockchain got hacked.
Yeah, Sui.
So
SUI.
Sui got hacked, and Whoever this guy Orbs Incorporated is in the chat does not like you, Dave.
I don't even see it.
It's
Who's
really
Orb?
it's been distracting me how much this guy doesn't like you.
Dalton should storm. Oh, I see him now.
Yeah,
Go ahead, be mean to me.
this guy
What did
does
he?
not like.
He didn't
you.
say anything mean. What did he say that was mean?
He's been blowing up the chat, saying mean things. He's been very mean to you.
Oh, that's okay. You can be mean to me.
So Sui got hacked. I don't really understand what happened. I don't even know what
please be
Sui
mean to me.
is.
So Sui, I got into Sui when it was around 25 cents. It is
Damn, dude.
it is pretty it's similar to Sol in that it's quick and cheap proof of stake chain. I forget exactly what it was to solve, but you know that there's three major things they're always trying to solve, which is
Proof of work,
scalability.
proof of stake.
Yeah. So
proof of
here's what's
sauce.
crazy about Sui is of the three, which was decentrability, scalability, and security. Security was one of the things that they claimed that they were solving, and then they got hacked, which was a huge fuck over for them. So luckily I didn't have stuff there. I had Stewie Griffin.
When he got
I had
hacked.
Stewie,
What the
dude, I had
deuce?
Stewie Griffin, dude.
I've been hacked.
I had it in a decentralized exchange pool, so my stuff wasn't affected. But I did
Right.
pull stuff out of that pool when everything was figuring out, put it back into USDC.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, it got hacked. I don't really understand much of this because I'm still trying to figure out how to get money. And then once I have money, I'll start fucking around with pools.
dude, did you see that?
When
Did
it
you
got
see that? Amy, who is Tina Fey's writing partner?
Amy Poehler.
Amy Poehler quote this week. I like to give flowers where flowers are due, but she had a really good quote about money this week.
What'd she say?
She basically said, maybe we should find it and bring it up because I'll ruin it. But basically she was like, it was making fun of the boomers, the Gen X, the millennials, and then the Gen Z.
By the way, Saturday and
3-second
Sunday.
long thing.
Saturday and Sunday are Cornfed. Saturday is Cornfed on a Saturday night with me and Dave. And then Sunday's supposed to be Cornfed with me, the main, I guess what started as Cornfed, me and Sal. Sal's life is in constant turmoil, so I'm trying to get that back on the rails, but the Saturdays and Sundays are for Cornfed.
I put it in the private chat here. Let's pull it up.
Okay.
I want to say they say women aren't funny, but I honestly think Tina Fey, not just because she's my Greek Mediterranean sister, Tina and Amy are two of my favorite comedians with no gender attached, and two of my favorite comedic writers of all time. They are really good. 30 Rock is fucking amazing. Parks and Rec is pretty close. So
Okay.
next time you're about to call me misogynistic, realize that's just in my personal relationships,
Hold
not
on,
in my
how do I-
parasocial relationships.
Let me see here.
In Super Mario 64, in
Here we
Bowser
go.
in the Dark World, there are 8 red coins that you're supposed
Boomers are all about money. Gen X is like, is it all about money? Millennials are like, where is the money? And Gen Z is like, what is money? That's my bad stand-up about it. Boomers are all about money. Gen
Oh, that's very That's very
So-
insightful.
I actually do think it's legitimately a good comedic breakdown of how everybody's getting fucked, though.
Dude, that is
the
funny. 'cause
boomers made all the money. Gen X got a little bit of a taste of it, but we're kind of getting fucked. Millennials are like, you guys keep talking about investing and everything. I'm fucking broke. You're like, I can't, you're like, stop buying avocado toast and put it in a 401k. You're like, I can't buy avocado toast.
Right. Dude, that's funny
Yeah.
because I remember when I was a kid, and I guess my dad is technically Gen X, and
Yeah.
but his brother, I guess, would be a boomer because my grandma was she had her first marriage where she had the bulk of her litter, because my grandmother was born in 23, And so, like, her first 4 kids are all like boomers, I guess. And then my dad and his twin sister she had when she was like in her 40s, and so they're all like Gen X.
I'd have no idea what your dad looks like. I just keep picturing him as Drew Carey and your aunt as Drew Carey.
Just,
in a wig.
that's fair enough. So, I remember when I was
Actually, I want to start picturing Dan from the Connors instead from Roseanne show.
That's fine,
actually.
yeah. But I remember when I was a kid and I was really young, and I remember we were visiting my dad's brother, my uncle, who's a boomer. And I remember I said something to the effect of like, basically, what is money?
Yeah.
And they were like, what? And I go, it's like, you have these, like, what is it that makes it valuable? And they got really upset with me. They said, try fucking living without it. And I said, wait, what did I do? And they were like, you can't talk about money this way.
Yeah.
They were genuinely upset. Like, shut your fucking mouth. You don't talk about, dude. It's like that scene in that Seth MacFarlane movie where he's like, "Take your hat off, boy. That's a $1 bill."
yeah. Dude, that scene is so good. With
they treated me like that for just like, like when you're a kid.
I've never seen a $1 bill before.
When you're a kid and you start having like big thoughts and you just say them out loud, and then the adults around you tell you like, don't ever fucking say some shit like that again.
Yeah.
That was how they treated me for even asking that question. They were like, they were like, hey, try fucking living without it, buddy.
Yeah, guys.
I was like, okay, I guess I won't ever ask that again.
We joke around a lot about our stuff on this show, but let's take a serious minute here to just talk about finances. But no, I think what it is I feel like as much as I try not to get angry with like other generations and women and the government and people like my dad or your dad that have these thoughts and yell at you as kids, the amount of propaganda that we're all fed from the womb to the tomb is insane. And a lot of people are working so hard to survive that when you ask them what is money, it triggers their cognitive dissonance so hard because they don't know, but they're just trying to get it so they don't die, that all they do is yell at you. And so very few people ever get the blessing to really sit back and think about philosophy and figure this stuff out that aren't trapped in a survival mode. So I like to try to be empathetic and just think about the amount of propaganda we've all been fed.
Cornfed.
Yeah, corn-fed our entire lives. You know what I mean? About all this bullshit.
Well, I did want to say this is financial advice.
Yeah.
No, this is not fun. Do your own research.
You're going to buy that Sui coin? We'll talk about the Zeus coin on ETH then too.
So Sui got hacked, and you know what Warren Buffett said? Eating ain't cheating. He also said,
have a Coke and a smile.
Yeah, have a Coke and a smile. And then when others are greedy, be fearful, and others are fearful, be greedy.
Yeah.
And so Sui got hacked, and everything dipped. Everything on the
did you get into him because you thought it was Warren Buffett?
Yeah, dude.
Just curious.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
I could go.
You're like, when do I get to the buffet part, dude?
Yeah, dude,
all this money talk's making me hungry, dude. I could eat right now.
What is it? Self-serve or is it cafeteria style?
Yeah.
So, so everything on Sui dipped. So I was trying to. I don't know what to do when it continues because Sui is like a newer one. So
yeah.
I was trying to see because it's on the Phantom wallet, like it's on Phantom.
Yeah, so you can get Sui and Ledger now, and they just added to MetaMask too. I think they just added Solana to MetaMask.
Yeah,
so I was expecting that was going to increase Solana. So you used to have to use snapshots on MetaMask to get Sui or Solana on your MetaMask, but now you can actually add the chain. So I thought that extra ease in purchasing would boost, But now I'm realizing that most of the world is not using Web3 devices. They're buying on Coinbase in centralized exchanges.
Well, because like that's the thing is like even on a wallet, like an on-chain wallet,
yeah,
if you want to do a cash buy, like you still have to buy it somehow. Yeah. And so usually what I do is, because I have a Robinhood account, is I'll transfer money to my Robinhood account, and then I'll go on my Phantom wallet and do a cash buy for Solana, because that's usually the one I'm buying. Yep. And I'll type in like however much I want for a quote, and then select that I want to use my Robinhood account, and then it'll open up my Robinhood account. I'll buy it there, and it'll immediately transfer it to my Phantom wallet.
Yeah.
That's because Solana is available on Robinhood.
Yes.
Sui is not on Robinhood. And so when you go on Phantom Wallet, the only options you have for like a cash buy are the other stuff I don't use.
Yep.
And then it's like, if I want to use my debit or credit card, I'm going to get hit with like all these weird fees, and it may not even go through. And so I was just like trying to figure out a way to buy this on Phantom so that I didn't have to go through like all the bullshit with exchanges or fees or whatever. And so I was trying to see like how this, I guess I learned the hard way how all this works, because I saw that you could swap USDC for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, oh, okay, I'll just like buy some USDC and transfer it from Robinhood. But I guess I don't understand how that works, because the USDC that I bought was still somehow on the Solana. It's on the Solana blockchain.
Yeah. So USDC is just it's a protocol. So a lot of people, including myself, forget that this is a technology of blockchain. So USDC is a technology, or the USDC is pegged to USD. So they either print or burn USDC to keep it averaging around $1 based on the demand of it. So it's pegged to $1 like the US.
Yeah.
And it's considered stable because if you put compared to a moving asset. So Bitcoin goes up when the demand's high and down when the demand's low. USDC, when you buy it and there's more supply, when there's more supply and the demand goes up, they print more to keep it at that stable $1 price, right? And when the demand goes down and people aren't buying, they burn it to keep it at that $1 price. And the idea is you can put your asset somewhere where you don't have to worry about it fluctuating.
Right.
So
you stable.
So you stabilize it. This currency has been added to multiple chains. So you can get, you can peg right now. Most of the stuff is pegged in our mind to fiat, right? So when you look at Bitcoin, you're like, what's the price? You say it's 110K because it's pegged to USDC. But
which is big news, folks.
But you could also
Bitcoin's
peg
at $110,000.
You can peg anything to that thing. So like on the Ethereum chain or the base chain or whatever, there's all these USDCs, but they're on other chains, which is like, so say you're driving down the highway and I say, hey, meet me at Dunkin' Donuts. You're going to say which one? And I'm going to say off exit whatever on Route 1. And that's kind of like what you have to tell it. You're like, I have USDC. And they're like, okay, perfect. Like which highway is it on? And you're like, oh, I have USDC on the Ethereum, on the base chain, on the Sui chain. So once we get a reserve currency or we get away from fiat currency, you can actually pin Bitcoin as the main currency on the chain, and you could have Bitcoin with Bitcoin Cash tied to one another on the chain, and then the prices would be different. So instead of thinking about it as dollars, it'd be how much you would think of one Bitcoin, and then the Bitcoin would be the peg, and the Bitcoin Cash pegged to it would be a percentage of what that is worth compared to one Bitcoin. And it's very difficult to wrap your brain around because through all of modern society, we have pegged ourselves to a fiat currency.
Dude, I
but
do
it's
not wanna
similar
get
to
tagged.
like, it'd be similar to this though. Like when you go to an exchange right now, you bring a US dollar up to Canada, right? And you want one of their dollars, but they don't give you one for one. It's whatever the value is. So they might give you 1.5 loonies or whatever. So if you were to peg those two, it'd be like 1 to 0.75 put together or whatever, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah.
Well,
Anyways,
anyway,
that's
so
been
I-
Dave's brief financial explanation of cryptocurrency that I'm sure
So
everybody
anyway, so I
logged
just
out
ended
and
up with
went into the kitchen to get a snack.
So I just ended up with a bunch of USDC that I couldn't do what I wanted to do with. So then
Yep.
I had to swap that for Solana.
Yep.
And then I found out I could swap Solana for Sui.
Yep.
And do like however that works. So I think the fee is only like a few cents anyway to do that.
Where
So
are you
I-
doing your swaps at?
Phantom.
Okay. So
Just right there in the wallet, baby.
yeah, so that's the quickest and easiest way, but it can be expensive. You can go to Coin Market Cap and you can punch in the coins that you're working with. And then you want to go over and click on DEX, which is decentralized exchange. And it'll
Yeah.
show you all the exchanges where it's traded. So you could, like Sui, you could probably go over to like Uniswap. And what you would do is you would give it your two wallet addresses, and you would say, or like a change now is where I use. You tell it what you want to do. I have Solana and I want Sui. Then it says, okay, I'm going to give you 10 Solana and I want the equivalent in the Sui. You say, okay, you hit send. The next page will just tell you what wallet is the end address that you want the Sui in. And you cut and put that wallet in there. And then you click and it says, okay, send 10 of the Solana to this wallet address. And when we receive it, we'll exchange it for Sui for you and put it back. And there's all these competing banks that will do that for you, decentralized, so you can shop around for prices. So it is work of ease within the Phantom wallet, but it can be expensive. I've had like MetaMask try to charge me like $50 to move USD from Ethereum to base chain, and I'm like,
Well, Ethereum has the
I'm not
most.
sending $100 and lose $50 worth. Fuck that. I'm going to go to this
Ethereum
other
has the
site.
highest gas fees because like
Yeah.
Solana and Sui are pennies.
Yes. Well, that's
Like,
why
I
they
didn't lose-
exist.
I didn't lose anything doing that. Like,
Yeah.
I fucked up like how I went about. Like, I had to go through like so many different steps.
Mhm.
But in doing that, I think I still lose like less than $1.
Yeah.
Is what
And you learned. So a lot of what cryptocurrency is, and even DeFi, and learning these new systems, is just problem solving, how to cross chain stuff or how to bridge currencies to different protocols online in the Web3 environment.
yeah. So then,
I know you guys don't like this, but it's like that Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson J. Fox. What do you say? What do you sound like, Ron? But it's like, but your kids are gonna love this. Your kids are gonna love DeFi, dude.
Michael Jackson Fox.
Yeah.
What would that be like? Yeah, I guess that's it. Anyway, so I bought some Sui, which I thought I was buying on the dip, and then it kept dipping. But
You heard dip, and you're like, okay, I'm
I said,
interested.
what, 7 layer? Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
How many? The blockchain's all about layers.
You become a financial tycoon because you're like, okay, Buffett dips, and then it's the Zach, that freaking meme with the triangle and all the numbers in your head.
Yeah.
You're just making sense of everything.
So then, because I guess I'm full-time DJing now. I was like, so what?
Hell yeah.
I bought the Sui, and then I said, after I bought it, I said, okay, so what is Sui?
Yeah.
And so I started looking on Deck Screener at the like all the different tokens that are on Sui, like all the meme coins.
You're from Texas, dude. I thought you would say, Or how
Yeah, that's why. That's also why I was like, oh, is it like pork? Is that what it is? It's the pork
Yeah.
crypto. But yeah, so I bought it, and then I said, what is this? So I started looking for like all the meme.
That's always the best. Go in blind, throw your life savings in, then do a little research afterwards.
Yeah.
Check it out.
So I found one of the meme coins that's big on Sui right now. It's called Blub, which
I'm hearing about this on my Instagram feed as well.
Yes. So because you asked me about something called Zeus, which I've never.
Zeus,
I don't fuck with the Ethereum shit.
So Zeus is Pepe's dog, and Pepe is the biggest meme coin the last run on the Ethereum chain, but they haven't had a big dog run on Ethereum ever, like they did with Doge and Shiba Inu. So people are predicting that Zeus, aka Pepe's dog, is on ETH, and there's a lot of it's by the same people that did Pepe. So there's a lot of scuttlebutt, if you will, about that popping off next run.
Yeah, so Blub on the Sui chain is Sui's Pepe.
Blub, no offense, Dalton, because we all love you. Blub sounds like a coin you'd be heavily invested in.
Dude, I'm heavy in Blub right now.
I can tell you from if we interview people on the street, dude, and we put up Ethereum and Blub in your photo and like had them layer it, dude, I'm pretty sure they would match you up with Blub coin. Dude.
I'm bullish on Blub right now because when that hack happened, you know, like a ton of people lost a lot of money, and they're trying to figure out how to get.
Are you talking about the guy you took off of Loud Boys?
Yeah. I took him off. Yeah, that's what happened.
That dude. Look, I'm into money marketing now, like it's you. So I'm getting into changing the narratives. I even changed my idea. I'm thinking of anti-Semitism now as basically a way to live your lifestyle. You dictate the narrative. It changes your life, and you basically project what the world is in front of you instead of letting it be projected onto you. So the narrative it is that you kicked that hack off of Loud Boys, and that's the story that we're going to all stick to.
So anyway, so here's the thing, because I am figuring out this particular.
Whatever Joe says, there is no Joe Goman genocide. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, propaganda. But I am learning this particular outlet of finance, which is meme coins.
Yeah,
because it like with Pepe on the Ethereum chain, which was launched in August of 23.
Yeah.
So that
was just. It seems just recent, and because how quick everything moves, that seems so far ago, and it's so recent.
It's very recent, but it's a lifetime in meme coins, pretty much. But Pepe is one of those ones that's like a bit like most meme coins. The total supply is 1 billion, and so you can understand the market cap that way. That if you see that it's 0.0001. That's $100,000 market cap.
Same with my pick on the Ethereum chain, which is White Rock. It's $1 trillion print.
Yeah. So the total supply of Pepe, I guess the joke is that the total supply of Pepe is 420.69 trillion.
Yeah.
Which means that when it started, the market cap, was like 0.801. It was like 0.000001. And so then it just need if you buy if you throw $100 at it when it's at that market cap and you get 10 billion of them, August 23 is when it launches. November 24 is its all-time high, which is 0.00002. So if you put $100 in August of 23 and got 10 billion, come November of 2024, you just made $100,000.
Yeah. So for those having difficulty understanding this, it's basically supply and demand. where if there's only one thing in existence and there's a demand for it, the price goes through as people compete to own that one copy of it. And as you dilute it and they add more of it, it creates the inflation to that where the demand not only has to be higher, but more people have to get in on demand to decrease the supply so that the value goes up.
Right.
So when you only print, you know, 1 billion of them and somebody buys in, they're buying a portion of those billions that you can't get at that drives the price up. When it's 1 trillion and they buy the same amount, there's still more supply left over, so it doesn't push the price up as quick. So when you go from 1 billion, which is you're used to working with, to 420 trillion, the number's so huge that you can't even. But it moves the zeros way the fuck over.
But here's the thing, though,
and it takes so much more purchases to move the one decimal place over. So, like, if you had $1 and you want to make 10, you have to move that decimal place. So you're talking 100 zeros need to move over. That would need one needs to move over one.
Right.
If you can like visualize it that way.
Here's the thing is that, like, what's good about those from what I've noticed, like Pepe and all these like trillion, you know, where the supply's in the trillions.
Yeah.
They seem to be like, they don't move as fast, but they're better for like setting it and forgetting it.
Yeah,
like
and they're stabler because of that. So not only do they not move as fast up, they don't move as fast and down.
Yeah, because most of the meme coins
creates. You need so much more money to go in to create any fluctuation in the currency.
Yeah, because most of the meme coin, like the thing about meme coins is like, I know people hate. I find it. I'm trying to make it.
I'm trying to make it fun.
I find all this interesting in the same way that when I was a kid and I asked my dad, like, "What is money?"
Yeah,
that just carries over to all of this, where it's like, yeah, I mean, this is as real as anything else. So
I would also
the interesting
say,
thing about meme coins is like meme coins facilitate the adoption of this new form of currency that we have, which is like cryptocurrency, right?
Yep.
So the idea behind Pepe is like mass adoption of Ethereum. The idea behind Blub, the Pepe of Sui, is mass adoption of Sui.
Mm-hmm.
So like all of these meme coins exist on these chains so that like, yeah, people will go in and buy like Sui so that they can gamble on Blub.
Well, also, so I had a hard time. There's this site called Lunar Crush that used to be free, and now it's funded. And this is a hard time for me as somebody that tries to be scientific and objective and stuff. Even though I had a lot of art ventures in my life, I'm not very right-brained or creative-brained, if you will. I'm more of a left-brained guy. But most of the world is
I'm a left-brained right-winger.
Most of
like a Carlin bit.
Most of society likes socialism and they like social interaction and they like vibes and feeling cool and all that stuff. So when you say, hey, go buy this Ethereum, it solves this contracting problem where we can do smart contracts they're like, man, shut the fuck up. But then you're like, hey, dude, there's this cool meme, this community you can join about this cartoon frog that we've kind of confiscated from this artist. And now the meme around it that it's funny and there's this life to this artwork that you can be involved in. So the people that are more creative and loving and fun and community driven can go in and get a meme coin and be part of something. Like, you know, it's the difference between if you want to get into science or to art, if you want to go to liberal arts college or you want to go to engineering college. So you can go to Ethereum if you like the technical aspect. If you don't want to get into that, you can start getting into some of the NFTs, which is art, and some of the meme coins, which are fun and community driven.
Don't
it's
get
a
into
social element to it.
Now might be a good time to get into NFTs because they're all dead right now. So
I have a lot of NFTs, but I didn't buy them as like art. I have NFTs that proof of ownership of assets that I have online. And I could sell that NFT to somebody, and if I sold them that NFT, they would then own the asset that it's attached to.
Right.
So there's ways to play with NFTs like that as well. In the future, we'll all have NFTs, whether we know it or not. Like you'll buy a house and the deed for the house will be an NFT. You'll buy a car and your title will be an NFT.
I'll tell you, nothing
You'll get a
chaps
plane
my
ticket.
hide more
Basically,
than when. Let me say something.
your Skankfest tickets are NFTs.
Let me
They're just
say
not on the
something.
blockchain.
Prior to NFTs, just nothing chapped my hide more than when
Okay.
a token was fungible. So when NFTs came around, and I said, "Wait, you're telling me that
You're
now
telling me
finally
this is
own,
not a spicy onion ring shaped potato
you're
chip?
telling me that I can now
This
finally
NFT is
own,
not a spicy onion ring potato chip. I'm fucking ticked.
dude? No, well, that too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were
but
like, I thought these are funionized tokens.
it's just my whole life. I was just like, why is every token fungible? I
Yeah,
was like, I'm fucking sick of all the fungibility of these tokens.
they've sucked all the fungibility out of it.
Yeah, and so then
Yeah.
and then when NFTs came out, I said, finally, for years I've been saying this. I've been wanting a non-fungible token, and everybody said, Dalton, you're crazy. They say you're a madman.
With the
Tokens have to be fungible.
but with the non-fungible, I couldn't soak up the syrup that I wanted to. I like when they're fungible, dude. You can dip it right in the
you
syrup.
sop
dude.
up the gravy. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway,
it's the same thing with the blockchain and stuff. So they have immutable contracts and they have mutable contracts, and basically the difference is one allows you to the creators to change it afterwards, and the community becomes a little bit more centralized, and then they can also create decentralized contracts that can't be changed, that are a little bit that allows the community to use them after they're created, and no entity can change the stuff.
Yeah.
So you lock in, you both sign the contract, and because it's AI and it's non-changeable, no one can change the deal afterwards. So like nowadays, you make a deal and you shake hands with somebody, and if somebody doesn't like it, they can change it. On the blockchain, where you have a contract, these contracts you sign into, and they can't be changed. There's goods and bads to both sides. So some NFTs can be changed, others can't. Some smart contracts can be changed, others can't.
Well, so here's
that's
the
what
thing.
Dalton's talking about right now from a objective standpoint.
Yeah, I don't even like the. Here's the thing: the technical here for me is like the layman who I understand enough to be able to go in and research the sociological parts of all this. Like I can find some crypto or meme coin or whatever, and I can look at the deck screener, go to the Twitter account, the Telegram, see what the community is like.
Yep.
And that's kind of like my research, because it's all community driven. And so it very much has like a social component to it.
Remind me
in a way, because it's decentralized in the way that the stock market doesn't allow for.
Yeah.
So it's like, it sounds ridiculous to be like, I'm going to buy Blub on the Sui blockchain, and Blub
it's
is
punk rock, dude.
Blub
It's
is
punk
Sui's
rock, dude.
Pepe, and it sounds like fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Like, I'm already up $60 on Blub from yesterday. So
take that, Grant Cardone.
Yeah, take that. And the cool thing about it is because there's such a huge there's so much supply of Blub, and there's tons and tons of people buying it.
Yeah.
It's more stable than these other meme coins, so that when I put my money into it and I have 10 billion Blub, it moves up.
You hear
up
that,
and down.
Dave Ramsey?
Yeah, honestly, Dave Ramsey, go fuck yourself. You don't know a goddamn thing about Blub.
Yeah.
Dave Ramsey told people they were stupid for buying Bitcoin at $555.
Yeah.
One Bitcoin is worth $110,000 right now. So Dave Ramsey, you could go sit on a fucking tack.
So here's what I will say, similar to what we were saying about all the propaganda that people are fed. Dave Ramsey has decided. There's a lot of stuff I love about Dave, a lot of stuff that I don't agree with, but he was going to quit his business, but he realized when he retires, he didn't create a system. So now he's creating a system so he can leave it behind and more people after his passing can go through the system. I think what happens, it's no different than the Marvel movies that are going to be shown in China and America or whatever, is most of the people we went to school with were C students. And when you go out into the world and you're trying to sell to people, you have to sell something available for the understanding of a C student.
Right.
So what he's selling is a program for the average person that can't think like beyond what they're told. They're trying to figure out finances.
You don't
and
have
stuff.
to think. Just buy Blub. Buy fucking
what they're doing.
I know
you like to play.
Buy fucking fart coin. Buy.
I know you like to play it down a little bit.
Think.
Dalton,
you're gonna think your way out of millions of dollars.
But you do think. You do have an understanding. You do have a drive to be on the whitewater of new technology. You're getting into it from a very creative standpoint of meme coins, but you're at least interested in this thing. And I think a reason the chat zones out and people don't like this is when something is very overwhelming, but you know you should be involved, it creates FOMO.
No, let me explain.
So they're getting this FOMO of not being in crypto right now when you're talking about it.
Let me explain something to you. It's because it's look, Hank Hill once said, I do love delayed gratification.
Yeah.
And that everyone, myself included, would much rather have instant gratification. So I'm like, what we're talking about is like, first off, figuring out how to even buy these assets.
Yeah.
Secondly, holding them for an indeterminate amount of time. You don't even know.
Yeah.
But holding them through the ups and downs, watching yourself make money, lose money, and just holding it.
Yep.
And it's going to take, it could take a week, it could take a month, it could take a year. But it's, believing that it's, eventually this will generate so much of a profit that it made it all worth it, right?
Yes.
Well, most people, they grab their paycheck and they go, I want beer, I want cigarettes, I want
dude,
McDonald's.
they don't even understand a taste of the good life, dude. We're sitting on a yacht in the middle of nowhere. We have a couple of hot Filipino chicks around us. They bring us some champagne. We swipe our bub coin. They walk away. They leave us alone, dude.
Because think about in any given week.
We go to a restaurant. We're like, 2 of your finest dinners, please. Do you guys accept fart coin too? You do. Thank you very much.
And
put those lovely ladies over there on our tab, and we'll pay for that and fart coin too as well.
I do have 1.3 million fart coin twos. Thank you. But think about any given week. Like nowadays, just the amount of money that somebody who lives in a city spends on DoorDash.
Yeah.
They allocate they budget.
We
for
watched
DoorDash.
it here live on Cornfed when Robbie ordered a $26 ice cream delivered to his house, I think.
Think about the money they spend.
My country
on
bumpkin mind could not comprehend.
Think about the money they spend going out for drinks, the money which is not to say you have to deprive yourself of these things entirely.
Yeah, life is about experiences. I get it.
But
I get
if you here's the thing, is like if you were to each week take if you find that you're spending like $100 a week on cigarettes.
This is Dave Ramsey. Listen up.
This is Dave Ramsey. This is Dalton Dave Ramsey.
This is
Diamond Dallas Dalton Dave Ramsey talking right here.
Rich fed, poor fed.
Yeah, rich fed, poor fed.
Yep.
Let's say here's the thing. Let's say you're spending $100 a week on cigarettes because your brand is like American Spirits or some brand. Let's just say you momentarily allow yourself to just be uncomfortable for however long and switch to like Winston's or Pall Malls, Mavericks, Pyramid, something. You go from spending $10, $11, $12 a pack on cigarettes to $3 or $4 a pack. So now where you were spending, depending on where you are, anywhere from $8 to $15 a pack on American Spirits,
Yep.
You're now spending $3 a pack on Mavericks.
I feel like you should have a Bluetooth headset in right now, dude, and we should be at a Holiday Inn Express in a conference room explaining this to people.
Think about it that way. So think about it that way. Now you're pocketing $9 a day from your cigarettes. You're not even
guys.
You're not
if
even
you don't
denying
have your notebook
yourself
out and you're not
cigarettes.
writing this stuff down, you're missing out, dude.
You're still getting all the cigarettes you want. It's just not as good of a cigarette, right?
You're hacking the system, really.
You're sacrificing the quality of your cigarettes so you could pocket that $9.
Yeah.
At the end of the week, come Sunday, 7 days, what is 9 times 7? That's 72.
It's like $30,000.
64. What was 9 times? Fuck, dude, I forgot my times tables. So let's say 9 times 7 is 63. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got $63 at the end of the week that you have pocketed by switching your cigarette brand, right?
Yeah.
And so now you could take that entire 63 or just half of it, whatever portion you want, and in dollar
dude,
cost
I feel like I'm on Billions as we talk about this, dude.
I'm telling you, you were already spending this money on American Spirit.
Yeah.
Now you're buying Winston's. You got $9 in your pocket each day. That's $63 a week. Take that DCA do your research and figure out which chain you want to get on.
Yeah.
Bitcoin, I would say
DCA is dick cock
dollar
ass.
cost average. Dick cock ass.
If you're not familiar with the lingo.
Yeah, DCA, dick cock ass, into whichever chain you want to be on. Now, I would say now that at this point, Bitcoin is for the rich to stay rich. Bitcoin's is so much now. It's $110. It's $110,000.
Well, hold on. If you could figure out how to come up with $9,000 roughly right now, $10,000, you would own 0.1 Bitcoin, right? That would put you in the top 0.05% of the entire globe in ownership of Bitcoin. And if you could ever get one Bitcoin, you would be in the top 0.01% of the entire globe. So this is early, guys. Dalton is giving you a life formula,
the alpha,
to be the future. You can basically be George Soros in a couple of years if you take care of this. You could be rigging elections in third world countries, creating an Epstein Island, murdering politicians. If you get some Bubcoin now,
I would say Bitcoin is safe.
Yeah.
It's not going to make you rich, but it is lower risk at this point. Seemingly.
I've been dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin, buying about $40 a day for the past couple of months. Same thing with Ethereum. And Bitcoin is up 60% from the last year. Ethereum's still down over the past year, but it's doing a quick little run lately. But my whole portfolio is probably up 20 to 30% over the past year. The passive income that I make off of DeFi is now funding a very moderate to below moderate lifestyle. But the stress of the rat race has been lifted from my shoulders. And that peace of mind is something that you lose sometimes. You don't feel optimized. You don't feel focused. You don't feel energized and ready to attack life. You don't have the testosterone support that you need to focus on meme coins, mental clarity, focus, sustained energy without a crash. If you really want to buy Mon, you need to optimize your intake of Tonga Ali, ashwagandha, lion's mane, and L-theanine for high testosterone production. And where are you going to get all this stuff? In one easy delivered formula in a freeze-dried Colombian coffee that tastes delicious.
Stop this bit. Stop this. Lewis doesn't like this.
Lewis doesn't even watch
somebody
the show,
just subscribe to the Crowder Boys page.
This is the Real Ass podcast is down. This is where all the real ass people come. The left has been looking. They're making a mistake, right? The left is looking for the left.
Dude, now I like
Joe
it. Hold
Rogan.
on. Here's $1 billion idea. Body brain cigarettes. That's a fucking winning idea right there, dude. That's, hello rattlesnakes.
We got to go into Skank Tank, dude. Hello, Skank Tank.
Skank Tank, absolutely.
Yeah, dude. We're gonna bring this to Skank Tank, dude, and Nola, dude.
So let me
Skanks, do I have your attention? We're looking to make Body Brain cigarettes. We're offering you 10% equity for a $1 million investment in Body Brain cigarettes, dude.
Yeah, and it's the only cigarette with kratom in the cigarette.
Yes.
Are you tired of having to mix your kratom with grapefruit juice? Smoke it. In a
Are
Body
you
Brain
gagging on your
cigarette.
kratom and vomiting just to get rid of the shakes every morning when you wake up?
Yeah. What if you could smoke it?
Does your back pain, your knee pain send shocks to your toes? Do you really need to get that kratom in the morning just so you can drudge yourself out to listen to the next podcast, to go to work in your cubicle, and when you get there, you don't feel natural testosterone support?
Dude, if only there were still cubicles. Dude, we didn't know how good we had it. The best you can hope for now is an open floor plan. But here's the thing. Look, listen to me. You switch your cigarette brand. You pocket the money you're saving. At the end of the week, you got $60, give or take.
Yeah.
So you take that 60 and you DCA into a crypto of your choice. Let's say because we've been talking about Sui. Sui is trading at about $3.67.
I've been dollar cost averaging into a very volatile cryptocurrency that I loved called Aerodrome, which is heavily associated with Coinbase. And I've been making a lot of stuff. It is up. It was up 100% over the past less than a year recently.
But let's say you switched from American Spirits to Winston's. You got $63 at the end of the week in your pocket.
Mm-hmm.
You go. Let's say you take that and you put that 63 into Sui. That gets you 17.17 Suis, right?
Yeah.
So then what you can do now, you have $63 worth of Sui.
Yep.
So then you take half of that. So that's $31.50. Okay. So you take $31.50 and then DCA that in. Now that you have the Sui, you use that to DCA into Blub.
Yeah.
The Pepe of the Sui blockchain. So right now, Blub is trading right now at 0.00000004.
Yep. Some people are calling Blub the next Tesla stock.
0.00000004. So 7 zeros and a 4.
Yeah.
So you take $31.50, DCA that into Blub.
Mm-hmm.
So that gets you 787.5 million Blubs.
Yep.
You do that every week. You take the money you're saving on cigarettes,
NVIDIA.
You DCA in the Sui, take half your Sui to DCA in the Blub.
Yep.
So then you do that until you have enough Blub that you're comfortable with, and you want to just keep DCAing into the utility that is Sui. So yeah. I have 10 billion Blubs right now.
Yep.
So I have 10 billion Blubs I'm just going to sit on. I've had them for 2 days. I've made $66 on Blub.
Yeah.
In 2 days.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So if Blub,
you can get a kilo of kratom with that.
Yeah. So right now,
every 2 days you can get every 2 days you could get a kilo of kratom.
Right. So listen to this. So right now, Pepe, I've already established that Blub is the Pepe of Sui.
Yep.
So Pepe, the original Pepe on the Ethereum chain, is currently trading at 0.00001.
Okay.
Okay. So right now, Blub is trading at 0.0000004. If Blub has the same run or a similar run as Pepe, and reaches the cost that Pepe is now, I have 10 billion blubs, right?
Yep.
If it gets to,
Don't be so hard on yourself, Dalton. You've
if
been
it
doing well.
gets, listen to this.
I'm listening.
If Blub reaches the same price that Pepe is now,
Yeah.
that's $100,000.
Yeah.
Okay, that I have exponentially returned on my investment.
That's a good word.
And that's all from not even sacrificing anything other than the quality of the cigarette that I smoke each day,
Yeah.
so that I could pocket that money and invest it into Sui, and then invest some of that Sui into Blub each week.
I know that you're half joking, you're half serious here, but this is literally the strategy that I use to build my DeFi portfolio. Is just like, I ate at home, I made coffee at home, I worked my job, I took a small percentage of it, and I did the rich dad, poor dad thing where I invested first at the beginning of the month, and then I figured it out by the end. I saved a bunch of money over the year, putting into some cryptos, and then the next year they were worth more and more. And then I took some of that money and I put it into DeFi, and then I compounded that interest. And one thing you can do with decentralized finance is I can go on a site like Aave and dollar cost average Bitcoin and Ethereum onto that site. And then I want to keep putting that money, but I might need money for other stuff, living expenses, whatever. You can then take a loan out against your money and borrow USDC to pay your bills. And you never have to sell your Bitcoin or Ethereum. You take it out loan to value. And then when you have the money back, you pay it off. Or when Bitcoin or Ethereum goes up, which it does every year, you can take a portion of that and pay your loan off with it. So this way you don't have to sell your Bitcoin while it's going up to go pay for something. You can hold all your Bitcoin, borrow a stable coin against it, go spend that in the real world. And then when your asset goes up that you're borrowing, you're leveraging against, either sell some of that to pay off the loan that you have, or when your money comes in, you pay the loan to value off. So I've been dollar cost averaging into ETH and Bitcoin like for over a year like that. And then if I need a little bit of extra cash or something, I borrow against the asset, so I never have to sell and lose the value that I'm gaining. So you still have access to your finances.
Now, I did not understand anything you just said.
Yeah, so, it's just collateral. So basically you're using your Bitcoin or your Ethereum as collateral to take, this is what the big corporations do. Then you can take a no taxes.
Is this arbitrage?
No. So say you have an asset, right? Like, how when people own a bit, like Elon owns Tesla, but to live, he takes out a loan against the Tesla stocks that is tax-free, and he lives off the loan.
Yeah.
I keep buying
This is what
Bitcoin.
Kiyosaki talks about.
Yeah. So I keep buying Bitcoin and Ethereum on a lending site, and I lend Bitcoin and Ethereum to a site called Aave. They hold this. I can take it out at any time that I want, but they hold this and they pay me small, about 3 to 5% a year APR on which is similar to APY, but it's adjusted up to the second on that. In the meantime, if I say I have $10,000 in Bitcoin, right, they will let me sometimes borrow up to 75% loan to value. So I could borrow $7,500 worth of stable coin against the 10,000 I have in there and go spend that on my stuff. And then if Bitcoin was like recently at 84,000, for instance, and I borrowed 1,000 to go do stuff, and now Bitcoin went up to 110, I can just sell a little bit of that Bitcoin to pay the 1,000 off that I borrowed earlier. And there's no tax because it's a loan on an asset. So hypothetically, if you had enough Bitcoin that was steadily going up year after year, and you borrowed very little against it to live off of, you could live inevitably off of the loan.
You mean indefinitely?
Indefinitely. Now, eventually you would die, and then you won. That's what the end game for all these guys are.
Dude, dying fucking sucks, dude.
But I can But anyways, yeah, that's something we could set up, or I could show you how to do. So you
Well,
still
that's
have access
that's actually
to
so
funds.
so they yeah. I mean, but that's what Nicholas Crown was talking about earlier. Is like right now I'm trying to hit a lick. I am in the trenches. I'm doing the DJ and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to like get a fucking 1,000x return, which you can't do all the time.
Yeah.
But once you do hit, once you get a grip, you hit a lick, you fucking cash out. You know, you draw down and then you rotate into lower risk, safer, passive income investments.
So what I'm doing with my portfolio right now is I watch it a couple times a day, and I'm in these volatile concentrated pools as a large portion of my portfolio. And then the other ones are
hold on. Extremely few profit because they're cowards and they give up and they don't hold. So that's the thing is like with anything, it requires some grit.
Yep.
It requires fortitude, intestinal fortitude. So this idea, don't let these statistics of like 0.01% of people that ever tried this actually profited, because that's just the people that everyone else got shook out and they stuck around. That's with everything, by the way.
Yep.
That's not just
the DeFi
shit.
community I'm in. That's the real estate that I was in. That's the Amazon business. I've taught close to 20 people Amazon that all made money on it within their first couple of months.
I'm about to ban
like
this motherfucker.
5,000 or so.
This
Only
motherfucker
one
doesn't even know
person
what the
is
fuck he's
stuck with
talking
it.
about. You don't even know a goddamn thing. Floorgon 333.
Yep.
You don't know a goddamn thing about what you're talking about. It's with anything, whether it's fucking meme coins or doing podcasting or literally anything in life. It's the people who fucking stick around and ride it out through the good times and the bad times that succeed. Everybody else gets shaken out and they go live lives of quiet desperation. And they say some shit to themselves where they go, well, statistically, no, a winner, so a true success doesn't give a fuck about statistics.
So here's the other thing too. So we'll get away from coins for a second, the financial hour, because people are starting to get itchy. But even this channel right here, right? We're here every Saturday building Cornfed, building the Billionaire Pod Tech Network, advancing this. And this takes time. A lot of people quit YouTube. They do a couple videos. They don't get any views. It doesn't build. You know, you got to come. You slowly build the community. We're here every week.
You think I'm exit liquidity? Blub just went up. It just went up. I just made more money on Blub.
Nice.
So how about you be my exit liquidity?
So as we build this channel, it takes time to build the channel. It takes reduced stress, regulated cortisol, mental clarity, focus, sustained energy without a crash for us to stick through these meme coin markets, to build the YouTube fans, to build the community that we all have here.
Oh, by the way, have you seen this one on Solana? XBT. 1 XBT equals 1 BTC. Have you seen this?
What is it?
It's this.
I'll pull it up.
It's you want to pull? Hey, you want to pull up the decks, everybody?
I'm on Dex Screener right now. People are gonna love this,
dude. Let's go ahead and I don't care.
We're just talking there, but since you guys are enjoying it so much, let's get into more of the technical numbers aspect.
Let's go ahead
and really spice this up, dude.
Let's go ahead and look at the decks. Decks paid, everybody. XBT is when Bitcoin first
XBT.
Yeah, when Bitcoin.
All right,
first
I'm looking
launched,
at XBT Soul on Pump Fund right now. It is 0.004453.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the contract right now on Dex Screener, dude.
Let's go ahead and let's pull up the decks on this. So this is XBT. Now is actually, this is not financial advice, but now might be a good time to buy because it's dipped. But you see this, it says here 1 XBT equals 1 BTC. Laugh now, but one day we'll be in charge. So apparently when BTC Bitcoin first was being
Yeah, punk rock, dude.
yeah, when Bitcoin was first listed on the internet on these exchanges,
Yep.
the ticker for it at that time, I believe, was XBT. And so now on the Solana blockchain, what they're saying is XBT, this is your second chance. So 1 XBT equals 1 BTC. And so the XBT bulls are saying that this is a good long-term hold because the community is gathering around this as though it were BTC in like 2009.
Yeah.
And so it has been surprisingly stable. Like if you look at like what is this? Is this the 1-day chart? No, this is actually okay. So this is from the 21st to today. So if you look at it, like on the weekly chart here, this is like the floor has been at around a $4 million market cap, and so it got as high as $10 million market cap, which is a penny. So like everybody that's holding XBT that's long on it, the people that are holding the floor people probably holding at a loss right now who probably bought up here.
Yep.
Like the fact that the floor is still holding at 4 million is very bullish because the weekends are slow for this kind of shit, for memes and crypto in general.
We got the 3-day weekend too coming up.
Oh yeah,
so.
we got a holiday weekend,
Yep.
3-day, yeah. But come Monday, or at least maybe Tuesday, since Monday's a holiday, all this shit's going to kick back up. And from what the research I've done, which is hanging out in a Telegram group, this is going to go up to, let's just say maybe a $100 million market cap, which would be 10 cents. That's what the word on the streets is. So, if you were to put like, $500 into it right now, come Tuesday, you would have like $15,000.
So shout out to Jeff Berwick, who I wouldn't be here with you guys today. Literally, not like I'm not saying like I wouldn't have grown to this. I'm saying I wouldn't be here with you guys today. I would be living the good life if I listened to him. Jeff Berwick, who is the founder of Anarcho-Poco, which is an anarchist libertarian event in Acapulco, New Mexico, regular Mexico, not the new and improved one, not the cool Mexico in the United States. But he and some other people were like, oh, dude, come to New York City, dude, and buy some of this Bitcoin, dude. You'll get it on a paper wallet, dude. It's the future. And I was like, dude, this is another one of your freaking harebrained scams or whatever. I didn't know him, but this is when he was smaller and he was in the libertarian events. But this was like 2010, 11 or whatever. There would be conventions in New York City and people would go to buy this stuff. And all those guys are multi-billionaires now or multi-millionaires because they've owned Bitcoin for so long. So Dalton's pretty much saying, hey, it's been 15 years. I know you guys don't love hearing about this, but there's fun ways to get involved where you could potentially be in the white water of the new financial system.
On some real shit, man, it's like, what is anybody going to do? Everybody's getting automated out of their jobs. There's no money there's no money anymore for anybody to make, and yet you need more money than ever to survive. And so it's like, what is the option? Like, I don't understand, like, what is anyone supposed to do at this point except gamble on cryptocurrencies?
Yeah.
And so,
well, there's two jobs. And, if you're a lady, you can start an OnlyFans. But if you're a guy, you need to either start making content or gamble. Gary V said this. If you're a guy, either gamble on meme coins or make content about it.
If
you're a woman, start an OnlyFans and make content about it, dude. Those are the only two jobs left.
Yeah, just flail around in a sheer
Or you
act
can
of
become a soldier if you
desperation.
want to go kill Palestinian babies. You could do that too.
Yeah, just fucking like just throw your arms around in an act of desperation until you land on something that makes you money.
Yeah.
Like I seriously, because like I got into sales for like my W-2 job because I was told everything else is going to be automated, and so it's either like low wage fucking slave labor or you could do sales, which they're
Yeah.
not going to be able to automate you out of. Well, they're going to do that anyway.
Yep.
So it's like, you know, and so like, what? How can you actually build wealth nowadays? I'm fucking streaming and gambling on crypto,
Yep.
and I'm not joking about that. It's like seriously, like if you take whatever money you're going to spend on doing some dumb shit, like going to the bar or whatever, and just like say to yourself, like, I don't need to go out this night. I'll go buy fucking XBT or whatever coin, or you could do something safer, like buy a little bit of Ethereum or Bitcoin or something.
Yes. So you don't need to go straight to the meme coins. You could simply figure out a system. And this is what I do. I wake up every morning. I go through my DeFi. It's generated some income through my investments. I take a percentage of that and put it into stable coins to later transfer to pay my bills. And then every day I buy a little bit of Bitcoin. I buy a little bit of Ethereum and a little bit of a coin called Aero, AERO, that I'm very heavily involved in. Then on Saturdays, I take some of that money too, and I buy into one of these other 20 cryptos that I like, and I just sit on them. But I'll tell you, since you guys have started watching me here and we talk about this stuff, my portfolio is up at least 40% on that money since at least from March, maybe February, March. And I have passive income coming in. And my Bitcoin portfolio in the ETH is up like 40% just this month. It just skyrocketed up.
Freud is right. So like honestly, on some real shit, I should be making like honestly.
I got a scheme.
What I should be doing is making at least $20,000 to $30,000 a month on Patreon. That's not happening just yet, but at least as far as the W-2 goes, I should be making at least $200,000 to $250,000 a year in tech sales. So Croyd is right. I should update my resume and look for tech sales jobs.
But also now that you have you have a 1099 mindset, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You have a 1099 body, a 1099 brain, a 1099 mindset.
I weigh 1099 pounds.
Right. And now you have sales experience and work from home experience where you're learning to structure. Okay. The last time in 2008, when I was involved in wholesaling, was a great time. We're starting to see a similar extent of this in the market, which is why I've been looking into real estate wholesale again. And I was making a joke earlier that you're taking advantage of people, but a lot of people in the upcoming future are going to be facing foreclosure, and that foreclosure can cause a lot of long-term problems for individuals. As a wholesaler, you can find these people in need of selling their property, work with them to help them skip foreclosure with the banks and take that property and give it to an investor. And you can get paid between $5 to $20,000, whatever you negotiate per deal that you do. And it's pretty easy to use Zillow and a couple of other systems. And now the contracts are all digitally signed, so you don't even have to be in the location, and you can meet and talk to people on the phone via video or whatever. But I'm getting back into wholesaling. And
By the way,
it's pretty easy to learn. And if you've been talking to chirps online, chirpers, then you're going to be fine talking to the average homeowner that's a little disgruntled about how the banks have fucked them over.
Dog, I'll tell you,
there's a lot of money to be made. I'm getting back into it, so I've been getting into the new regulations and stuff. But we could do real estate schemes, dude, and make a lot of money. People are saying this and just saying a lot of money to be made.
It's so funny how like Yeah, whenever, because the thing in this transcends race, so it's fun. Look, it's funny to be racist.
Yeah.
It's funny to call them things like
Guys,
chirpers.
we joke around a
and-
lot about, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun, you know. But this beat like,
hey guys, never call a Chinese woman a chirper. I was making a joke.
well, here's the thing: it being broke as fuck just transcends race. And the thing about being broke,
Yep.
is you exist at like a baseline level of anger. You're just fucking mad all day, every day.
Yeah.
Because you're broke.
You're
mad
living
at-
in stress. You're living in stress. You're still running from like metaphorical tigers on the Serengeti. You haven't gotten to a place where you're calm and able to do philosophy.
So like when
Yeah.
you're broke, you just have this undirected, generalized anger at just everything in your radius. Just everything. You're just mad all fucking day. So every interaction you have with everybody is you're just offloading some of your own like desperation and anger and and sadness and your fucking broke mindset onto everyone around you and making their day a little bit worse to try and make you because you're just mad. You probably don't even realize how fucking mad you are and that you're ruining someone's day by interacting with them because you're broke. And that transcends race. It just so happens that almost every black person is broke. So that's typically who you find that's acting this way.
Gotcha. I was picturing a different cheeseburger.
Right.
Yeah.
But you talk to a broke black person or a broke white person, you're gonna find that they're both extremely fucking angry and unpleasant to interact with.
As Pat DeRose was saying, next time I'm on a plane sitting by a black guy, I used to do the chirp and see if they're unfazed. When I was on Troy's podcast, Primitive State, with Mike Honcho, is the darkness on Twitter. He's a pretty fun guy, whatever. But that was the first thing I did on the show. Yes, I said, "Hey, can you hear this?" And we kept laughing because I was playing the chirp, and he's like, "Yes, I hear it. It's annoying. Stop." So I was like, "Okay, you passed the test."
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, yeah,
he's one of the guys. He's one of the good ones.
Yeah, but it's just
give him a follow on Twitter. Him and Naeem, dude.
Being broke is an extremely uncomfortable, unpleasant, upsetting way to live, and it instills in you this just constant anger, and so you don't even realize like your interactions with everyone is like you probably don't even realize you're exuding some kind of distress.
Yes,
that's like they're picking up on it, and it's kind of like bumming them out.
It's similar to like flirting with women in public. I know you guys think that I'm a total failure with women. It's partially a bit. But they can smell the thirstiness and desperation on you. And when you're trying to sell people stuff, it's the same thing.
Yeah. So like when you work in sales and so much of your clientele, like most days, day in and day out,
they're B loans and even worse, N loans.
Yeah. When so many of the people you interact with in sales are broke people.
Yeah.
It's the like, but when you finally do talk to someone who is not even wealthy, but at least is comfortable, like has their bills paid and they have some money.
Yep.
It's like it's such a difference. It's like night and day.
I told you when I do a lot of call-ins for like business and wholesaling or whatever. And when I talk to the salespeople in the customer service, they're just like, "Thank you. Thank you so much, man. I was having like a rough day." They like have a break. They have like a breakdown moment with me. And I was like, "Yeah, I can imagine, dude, that you know what I mean? The people that call here." So
because it's like when you spend all day talking to broke people trying to sell to them, you're just meeting there's so much friction, there's so much resistance. And typically they got their shit on speakerphone and there's like a million different things going on wherever they are that you can't even fucking hear what they're saying. So you're just like, what? And,
it's
the whole
a
call
different
you're just going, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
So here's the
There's
thing.
a baby screaming.
Here's the thing. that is something that's outside of culture. This whole multiculturalism thing, right? I don't think it works very well. And goes beyond race, like you were saying, like, the fact that, like, for me, I'm not saying that I get like intense anxiety, like I'm stressed out, I need medication. But when I have an interview or I'm going to call like about my phone bill or about my electricity or customer service or sales, I take a deep breath and I make sure there's no noise in the background and I calm down. I might even shut my office door if I have people over, and you settle in to be respectful to what's going on and give attention to the situation. Other people operate their entire life in chaos from when they wake up to when they go to bed, where they're like, oh, fuck, I have to call my electricity to get off. I have to call right now.
Dude,
at the same time, I'm also riding the train to go to McDonald's. So if they hear me on the train and ordering my McDonald's while I'm on the phone, well, hey, that's going to fucking happen.
Dude, so much of this country, like each day of so many people's lives is uncut gems. It's every day uncut gems.
Yeah.
For like millions of people.
Yeah.
They wake up.
I've never seen it. I heard that it was a good Adam Sandler movie, but it's no Billy Madison.
Dude, it's a movie. It's a movie that's so like just create like it's
he's borrowed. He's pretty much over leveraged to the gills, and he's borrowing from one person to pay another. The whole movie.
So the whole movie is you're just racked with
borrowing
anxiety.
from Peter to pay John or whatever they say.
Dude, it was a theater experience where every one of us in the theater were sharing the anxiety.
I like how you say theater. You put
theater.
There's one extra syllable in it with the way the Southerners say it. Theater. The theater.
Well, no, I just remember going to the theater to see it, and all of us in the theater.
I'm not making fun of you. It's just like, something that I've noticed. Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
It was a palpable, just anxiety. Like all of us were just clawing.
Good day, my lord. Seats. If I could have some extra butter on my popcorn today, I should be going to the theater.
Yeah, but all of us in the theater were just clawing at our seats because we were just like. Because the whole from the moment the movie starts till the end, it's ramping up and it's
all anxiety driven.
Yeah,
and then that translates over to the audience members.
Yeah, dude, it was like simultaneously an amazing movie and a miserable movie going experience. Because I walked out of that theater so fucking stressed out. I was just like, dude, the guy I went to see it with, my boyfriend at the time.
Yeah,
I said, man. I
don't even feel like getting fucked in the ass now.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I gotta like calm down now. I gotta like decompress after watching that.
Yeah.
But it's like it's funny how just like so many people live their lives that way. Maybe not to that degree, but they wake up and they're already descended into chaos.
So
and each day of their lives is just navigating this like ocean of chaos.
Can I say so? I relate to this pretty big, and this is like archetype of an individual. And so the reason I had to get off caffeine or the heavy caffeine is I was like most of us do with our addictions is we're replicating our childhood. So I grew up with an immigrant that fled World War II, Greece during the Nazi invasion, and a Vietnam vet who were in a fight or flight constantly. So I grew up thinking that life was like that, just like go, 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 go. So as I get older and things are kind of settled, I was drinking high amounts of caffeine and stimulants in order to give myself anxiety so that I felt the same way that I felt like in my childhood. And so I think a lot of people are living in a high stress environment. They get so used to it that you become the fish in the water that you don't even recognize that it's around you. And then what happens?
Wallace once said, "What is water?"
Yeah, and then once peace settles in, you have to. It's kind of like in Swingers, where it's like when you're in the depression for so long that you'll miss it when you're gone. So you finally get peace and some structure in your life, and then you start missing the chaos. Some
Oh
people
yeah, it's like
can-
the beginning of Apocalypse Now, and he's like, "When I was there, I wanted to be here. When I was here, I wanted to be there."
yeah. So a lot of PTSD for people in war, especially if they can lean in it and they're good soldiers, they come back and the PTSD that they're dealing with is that nothing's giving them the juice. You know what I mean? They're like, dude, you don't understand how exciting it is to strangle an IDF soldier to death
And that,
and watch
by
the
the way,
light comes out of his eyes.
that
I've
is
never
the
felt so
thrill
alive.
of gambling on meme coins. Is you
Yes.
get to exist in the same chaos you've always known.
Yeah.
But there's the possibility that you'll get rich.
So let
And
me
it's
ask.
gonna fix every single problem you have.
So here's an issue, and I did this to myself last night. Is why I'm bringing it up. And I've done this through my entire life, and I've repeated it, but I've repeated it at different depths in which I fall. And there's probably songs and everything written about this. It's going to sound cliche, but do you ever accidentally and then kind of look back afterwards, things start going well, and then you kind of burn everything down so that you can build it back up again?
Do you, I mean, come on, man. Who are you talking to right now?
But this is
It's
my
like,
whole life, dude.
dog, like, what was it, 3 years ago, 4 years ago? It really felt like all of my dreams were going to come true, or at least I was going to be able to live the life I've always wanted to live. And then just through
Shout out to Darren. Yeah.
entirely my fault, I burnt it all to the ground and then some.
Yeah.
And put myself in a position where my life is worse than it's ever been. So, yeah, I know a thing or two about self-sabotage. I know a thing or two about stepping right up to the line of success and then just running in the opposite direction.
Well, it took me to my 30s to realize that, and I don't know if they were doing it on purpose or not, so it doesn't matter, that my parents, who you get propagandized to believe that love you unconditionally, want you to succeed and do better than them or whatever, they were constantly sabotaging my endeavors that were taking off and like cutting my feet out from underneath me. And I kept going back to them for advice and help, to the point where like my mother called, and I don't know why the guy listened to him, but I was selling an investment property that I owned, that I bought when I was 18. My mother fucking called the guy that I was refinancing with and canceled my closing on me within 24 hours of when a blanket mortgage was due.
Dude, this is, by the way, that something like that does happen in Uncut Gems. You're describing one of the plot points in Uncut Gems.
Yeah. Yeah. So as I go forward in life, like last night, for instance, for the past 2 weeks, dude, I've been locked in. I've been working out 5 days a week. I've been getting my 180 to 200 grams of protein a day, exercising. My weightlifting is going up, my hydration, my run, my energy. I've been sleeping perfectly. I've been taking my supplements. And last night I was like, you know what? I'm going to transfer a little bit of cryptocurrency over to this poker site, play a tournament, maybe a cash game or whatever. The next thing I know, it's freaking 7 a.m., dude. And I'm like, yeah, you're gonna make another $1,000. Oh, I just lost 500. And the whole time I'm watching myself like do stuff that I don't want to do and kind of enjoying burning my life down. Went to bed today at 7 a.m. in a self-loathing, mindset. Woke up at like, one in the afternoon, telling like in a shame spiral. I got up, cooked breakfast, and was like, dude, I'm the fucking worst person in the world. I got to pull my life back together. I'm throwing it all away. Went back, took a nap after that, got up, was like, okay, I'm in a better mindset now. But I can just picture if I did like cocaine or psychedelics or some other dangerous, I guess fentanyls, people like fentanyl now.
Well,
you can really burn everything down really quickly if you wanted to, dude.
It's you can lose your grip real easy.
Yeah.
for sure.
So
You
I'm
don't,
not the
like,
only
you know,
one
people-
that burns it all down just to build it back up again.
No, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, because I mean, at that time, it was like at least at that time, at least it felt like for the first time in my life, I was making progress. Like I don't know how, I don't know like where I was in terms of like of the 250 people who are able to do comedy for a living.
Yeah.
If I even ranked, if I even was in that 250.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, like at that time, like opportunities were happening and there was money coming in, and it really felt like I was building toward something.
You were
that
roasting MK Machine Gun Kelly.
Yeah, like it just felt like like a lot of what I had been working on that for the longest time kind of for a lot of time, it always felt like I was just maybe spinning my wheels, or that this was like really, what is this amounting to?
If you
It
knew
felt
that
like
Kill Tony was going to be an arena act, do you think you would have picked that battle all over again?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because
No, I'm
like,
just joking.
I mean, if it, but the thing is like, I know that like Crack has integrity, and he would never associate with Tony.
Yeah,
I would go on that show for any reason to if it meant just one more person would subscribe to my Patreon. Like,
yeah,
I
I like Crack's integrity. I'm similar in many aspects, but I don't think burying the hatchet with Tony is an issue, especially because I think a lot of what we see of the fan is like pro wrestling. Similar to like when Chloe LeBranch moved to Austin and her career's not going anywhere. So she went on Kill Tony, which gets a lot of normies who like female comedy and laugh at stuff that's a little bit more simpler. It's not the palette that we have as Real Ass Podcast subscribers.
I mean,
Lewis was pissed, but that's technically a really good opportunity for Chloe to get her name out there. And
I mean, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's night. So, but also, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like at that time, however long ago was at this point, it just felt like for the first time in my life, like after feeling like so directionless and, just kind of like my life was in free fall forever. Like I was, something in my life was finally starting to take like shape into something resembling the life I want to live.
Yep.
And I don't know what was gonna, where that was going. I just know what it ended up happening. And so now I'm like, I guess on the road to recovery, which like
I think you're hard on yourself. I think you're pretty well recovered from what we can see online.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I have like my mental faculties back to some degree, but and I'm like building towards something again. Like, I'm certainly not. I guess like I'm starting over behind. Like, I guess like further behind than I've ever been, but I don't think it's going to take me as long to catch up or get back to a place of something. But I mean, yeah. I mean, what people don't see is like. Yeah, the sort of I don't know what you call it, the ramifications or the consequences of like going through something like what I went through. The sort
I've
of
been
like,
there, which is why I reached out to you and why I think we relate.
Because it's like
I'm on the other side of the fence that you're teetering on right now.
Right.
You just keep falling back. And eventually you'll get on the other side and you'll be happy that you went through that experience because you'll realize you kind of like fell off the conveyor belt of the Matrix for lack of a better.
Yeah, I escaped the Matrix. But yeah, I mean, but there's definitely
basically you're Keanu Reeves. He pulls that thing out of the back of his head. He's like, what the fuck's going on? He goes down a slide. He falls in this purple ooze, dude. and I reach my hand out as Morpheus and I pull the one comic for the future up out of the thing. And you just have to start believing, dude. Soon you're going to start believing. And then Quinfany will be your Trinity, dude. That's why you guys' name. You got to follow the White Rabbit, Quinfany, Trinity.
Her name is Quinfinite. It's Quinfinite.
Yeah, you guys will be holding hands.
She's amazing, dude.
He was Neo. You'll be,
Well, I mean, yeah, I just mean that, like, well, you know, when I do shit like this or anything I do, like whether it's like working or this kind of stuff.
Yo, Creo.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's like a performance for sure.
Yeah.
Because then, like, there's like, yeah, when you go through something like that, there's so many, I don't know what you would call it. I guess like damage or just like, dude, it's like you sort of have like, there is a degradation of your mind, and there's like, you know, I've dealt with physical, mental, emotional, all the consequences of that.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to recover from that completely. Like it could take years.
So here's what I think happens.
I'm fortunate in that, like, I wasn't stuck that way for as long as some people never come out of it.
Yeah.
And it does feel like I'm like,
yeah, basically once you get on the ship with Morpheus and Mouse is showing you the lady in the red dress, some people can't handle it, dude. They get that thing plugged in, they're getting fed, dude, and their brain fries.
Yeah. So it's like, I am fortunate that I did come back to reality completely. Like, because I was coming in and out, you know, of like lucidity.
Yep.
And then just, it took time, but then
you got caught up, dude. You just got caught in the bit, dude. That's all.
Yeah, I guess
sometimes you get caught up in the bit, dude.
So it's like now I have like enough faculties to put my head down, clock in for work, do this, do all this other stuff. But then, yeah, outside of this, like, I do still have like a lot that that I'm like recovering from, like, that I'm dealing with. Just like, because, you know, I've seen some real rude, for lack of a better word, pieces of shit in the chat tonight. Some real fucking dickhead assholes making mention of my weight. So trust me, it's not something I'm unaware of.
Your comedy weight, dude, in the community, dude.
No,
it's
just
pretty
my
heavy,
fucking
dude.
Yeah. I gained a bunch of weight. I'm fat as shit now.
Yeah.
And it is, trust me, it's really fucking difficult.
These guys can't stand to see a brother eat, dude. These hungry guys in the street can't stand to see a brother eat.
After a fucking severe nervous breakdown.
You guys don't understand. Dalton was a huge Wu-Tang fan. He heard the RZA say, get your weight up, and he got his weight up, dude.
Trust me, every day I tell myself, just do something. Go outside and walk for like a half a mile.
Yeah.
And you might as well be asking me to swim the English Channel. It's so difficult for me to like mentally get myself to a place.
Can they like nail some new shoes onto your hoofs for you?
No, not yet. I gotta
Dude,
I gotta go to the fucking vet.
Dude, you need to friggin', now that we got some of these South Africans coming to America, maybe you need to get some of those blade feet like that Olympic, dude.
Oh, you think I should just get them replaced completely?
Dude, you should just get some blade feet, dude. And friggin', have you tried spacers or anything, or are they just doomed, dude?
I'm fine.
Oh, you know what?
Look, man,
can I say something to you? Did you know that Bobby Lee, great comedian Bobby Lee, legend, Skankfest participant, he has 2 club feet.
Right.
And he made it.
Right.
Maybe his feet were bound. I don't know if maybe
I don't pay attention to what any of these fucking
maybe his feet were bound as a child. But anyways, he still made it and he's very successful.
Right. Yeah, I don't pay attention to what any of these other fucking people are doing. I'm just saying that, like,
Jake,
there was
the
a
intern
time
from Skanks, terrible feet. He's making it.
There was a time in my life when it was
You'll make it, Dalton.
Where I was able to pick myself up and go outside and be active.
Dude,
all
you
day.
can pick yourself up, dude. That's strength.
Yeah, and I was looking through some pictures because of my phone. the photos in my phone, I saw some like you know how to give you like a thing like on this day or whatever. Dude, I was a little skinny mini back in the day. Like I did.
Yeah,
I
you in
was
that
like,
American flag shirt, dude. That Roseanne Barr Halloween costume shirt, dude. You looked slick, dude.
yeah, but ever since my brain caught on fire and I was on and off all these different medications.
Yeah.
It's like, I got fat as shit and I have struggled to regain the momentum of just
Food
like
is a very difficult addiction because you have to eat.
yeah. Ooh, I made tuna salad earlier.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
You had 2 salads earlier?
Tuna salad.
Oh.
I had hawk tuna salad.
How
Yeah, I went to
salad,
the store and I got some Star Kiss Chunk Light and some
Nice.
Duke's mayonnaise, some sweet relish,
Oh, sweet relish.
red wine
yeah.
vinegar.
I made something
olive
very
oil.
similar. Did you put capers in it and celery?
Yeah, they didn't have capers, but I did. I just did a couple cans. I didn't eat all of it at once. The
Yeah.
rest is in the fridge right now. But I did a couple cans of Star Kiss, some Duke's mayonnaise, sweet relish,
Yep.
a little bit of mustard, a little bit of horseradish, a little bit of
Horseradish. That's nice.
yeah, and then some red wine, some extra virgin olive oil.
Yeah.
And so I mixed all that up.
Dude, I made
And then I did
almost the same thing.
Yeah, and then I did I toasted I did a slice of sharp cheddar on a couple pieces of white bread.
Yeah.
Toasted those and then
Hell
I
yeah.
had and
White
then I made
bread.
a little tuna melt.
Power to the white bread.
Yeah, so I did a little tuna
Don't
melt.
never breed non-white. Always white bread.
I do like white bread, I know.
Yeah.
Look, if it ain't white, it ain't right. But I know that it's like not healthy. It's basically cake, but I really like white bread. If I wanted to eat
I've been
healthy
using
bread,
these pea protein wraps. I like those.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did put too much vinegar in it and it came out too liquidy.
Yeah.
So
I know
ended
you had
up
to call me
having-
Snow Piercer again, but I made almost the exact same thing. Red onion.
Have you watched
celery.
Snowpiercer yet?
No, I haven't, but this is my Snowpiercer recipe. So
You gotta
I
see
did
Snowpiercer, dude.
red onions, capers, celery, garlic powder, and all that stuff, oil and vinegar. But instead of the tuna, I take a seaweed sheet like that they make sushi, the dried seaweed thing. I crumble that up in there, and then I use chickpeas that are mashed as the tuna.
So you made hummus.
So basically, no, because you don't blend it. So the chickpeas are al dente, and you smash them so they keep a structure. You put all the same spices on there, and then get the seafood flavor with the chickpeas.
You made
add a
crunchy hummus. You did like Jif Creamy and Jif Crunchy.
No, you don't. So you just smash the al dente chickpeas, and then you use seaweed to give it the oceany flavor, and you make a chickpea of the sea, whatever, and then I put it in a wrap. But very good. I had the same. I think I went with dill relish instead of sweet relish though, because I had bread and butter. I had bread and butter pickles last week when I went shopping for some other sandwiches that I was working on.
I did sweet relish in the tuna salad, but then when I put it on the bread, I hit that with a couple slices of Wahlburgers pickle chips. So I hit it with the Wahlburgers pickles, and I mean it was pretty tasty.
Can I tell you what I've been doing? Take what you can do it with bread if you like, but what I've really been enjoying is making these sandwiches or making these wraps or whatever, and putting them in the wrap, and then you're Latina, so you know exactly how to do this. Fold it over, roll it into a burrito, dude, and then put it in the cast iron pan and brown both the sides so it gets
a real
crispy.
stuffed burrito like a taco.
Yeah, and then cut it in half, dude, and you get the two sides with all your fillings in there, a nice crispy, warm outer shell. But you don't like any toasted bread. You like a raw bread on your sandwich.
No, I toast it.
Okay.
For tuna melt, I hit it with a couple slices of cheese and toasted the bread. I did not heat up the tuna salad, so I toasted the bread and then put the tuna salad on the bread. Yeah. Yeah, but it was good. It was good. And then that was like because I was in the mood for a sandwich. More often than not, if I make a tuna salad, I'll just do it with crackers. So I got I'll do club crackers or Ritz or Townhouse, whatever I got. Actually, when I went to the store today, I bought both. I got a box of club crackers and a box of Ritz hint of salt.
Ritz crackers, not all of them, but most of them, accidentally vegan. The flavor that you think is buttery is not actually butter. It's a oil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite cracker, but
I like the tanginess of a
my
Ritz.
favorite cracker is Crackamico.
Yeah. But
sometimes I get a hankering for Ritz, but usually my go-to crackers are Club or Townhouse.
I'm not much of a cracker person. I like a tortilla chip.
I love crackers too.
Oh, one thing that I really like here is we have a local New Hampshire potato chip that's in all the stores, and they make 2 or 3 different types of potato chips, but they do a salty and sweet, and then they just do a plain salty, but they are really good, like no crumbles, thick with the brown, like a little bit of brown burntness to them. It's not like all the chips are unified, like when you buy a generic Lay's or whatever. So if I get a chip, I'll get that. But a lot of times I'm getting tortilla chips, or I'll actually just buy tortillas and put them in the air fryer until they turn into crispy tortillas themselves. And then I'll dip that into a salsa.
Folks, we're talking chips, we're talking
guacamole.
crackers, we're talking pretzels, we're talking, whatever's on the dry goods aisle. So, yeah, I mean, I love all the chips, pretzels, crackers, Triscuits, wheat thins. Look, I've said this before. I love going to the grocery store. I love the something about just being in a store, being where all the food is.
Yeah.
Just a calm wash.
I was going to say, I was going to be a creep. I was like going to the grocery store, looking at the ladies, figuring out what they're shopping for in their baskets.
It's just such a, something we take for granted, such a grand achievement of humanity that in any given town you're in, you have access to at least one grocery store.
We had, I have 3 really close to my house, and local Shaw's just shut down. They were directly across the street from a Hannaford's and a couple buildings down from a Market Basket, that might be, but they had a going out of business sale. So it was fun to go in there and buy groceries at like 30 to 50% off.
Yeah.
I love a bargain, dude. I got to maybe get an ancestry and 23andMe because maybe I'm not as anti-Semitic as I think between the money and the bargains, but go on.
Well,
go on. So you're in the grocery store. You're not looking at ladies. You're looking at food.
Yeah, dude. I'm looking at like what are the flavors of Triscuits they got now.
Not me. I'm creeping college ladies.
Just think about when you go to a grocery store. Like when you step inside of a grocery store.
Yeah.
Obviously it depends on like how much money you actually have in your bank account. But when you step inside of a grocery store, it's like, oh, everything I need is right here.
Yeah.
Like I could just.
We're having similar thoughts, except I'm not looking at the food.
Right.
Go in there. Yeah.
But yeah, like if I go to like an Albertsons or a Kroger, a Winn-Dixie, a Food Lion, a Bilo, a Publix.
Oh, I went to
Piggly Wiggly.
What's the one with the W that they have in not the Wawa? Wegmans. I went to a Wegmans in PA, dude. I had never been. Dude, that's my holy grail of grocery stores.
Nice,
Wegmans was amazing. I went to a Wegmans in Pennsylvania, outside Philly recently, and I was just like, a fresh stuff. People coming over and helping you, wide aisles. They were out of some stuff that I wanted that was made fresh, and they went in the back and they made it for me. They took the stuff off the shelves and they cooked it for me and brought it to me.
Oh, that's nice.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's just they have a lot of gluten-free, vegan. Like they have a lot of stuff that they make for all dietary needs.
Yeah,
really
I just feel like people take it for granted. I think
I don't like a Heb. I went to a Heb once down south. Yeah.
You mean HEB?
I call it the Heeb, dude. Don't like it, dude. Although I did get some bagels there. I figured I would try the bagels at the Heeb.
Yeah, HEB. Yeah, I don't know. HEB's a little too big. There's an HEB spinoff.
Yeah.
The grocery store isn't so big as a spinoff. There's like a luxury HEB called Central Market. It's like Central Market by HEB.
Yeah.
That's a good.
I went to the
grocery store.
HEB, I think, when I was in the Carolinas. If that makes sense. I can't remember, but it was during my last cross country trip. Didn't love it, but it wasn't in a great neighborhood. And then I went to, I think is it Piggly Wiggly a full market?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went to that. That was really nice.
Piggly Wiggly's
They had amazing produce for fruit. I got some blueberries and strawberries there, and I was like, oh my God, these are farm fresh. These are not like what we're getting in New England. The stuff in New England is like kind of bland and has the color, but this had the flavor like it was picked from an actual garden. Really enjoyed the produce where I was there.
Yeah.
But also I was on a trip where I hadn't had anything. I've been on protein shakes for a while. So it also could have just been me getting back to civilization and, hobnobbing with the country folk again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love grocery shopping, but I also am like stupid. So like I went to the grocery store the other day and my goal going in there was to stock up on sodies and water and like milk.
She lost a lot of weight, dude.
Who?
If the Sodies lady can lose that much weight, dude, then you can. Have you seen the Sodies lady lately? Dude, she's like 200 pounds now.
She hit the Zimp, dude. She got that fucking
She's got
the GLP-1.
And I want to say 50 pounds of that is leftover skin.
But no, I went to the store to stock up on Coke Zero, milk, and water. But I end up like I have such like just I guess highfalutin taste. The sodies were on sale, so if you bought 3 12-packs of Coke Zero, they were marked down from $11.99 each to $8.99 each. So I got a deal on those. I got 3 12-packs of Cherry Coke Zero. But then when I got to the milk section, I got a gallon of whole milk. That was the plan. Yeah. But then I saw they had goat milk, and so goat milk, a half gallon is $9.99. So I got 2 half gallons of goat milk, and then I went to get water.
I do miss goat milk.
Yeah, goat milk is good. And then I went to get the water.
As a Greek man, I drank a lot of non-cow milks and ate a lot of non-cow cheeses growing up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, goats.
I am listening, but I'm trying to find a good picture of Tammy Slayton.
Well, yeah, so then I went to get the water, but the thing is, like, when I just drink water, usually it's right at the faucet. I have no qualms with faucet water.
Yeah.
So if I'm buying bottled water, it's because I'm looking for, like, a specific hoity-toity water. And so they had that Evian, those 1.5 liter bottles of Evian. I said, this is exactly, I want a good mineral water. So, where did Dave go? We lost Dave. Where did Dave go? Folks, that's the show. I guess that's the show. Oh, no, Dave's back. We'll wrap it up here.
Sorry. I was trying to paste this thing in the thing and it kicked me out.
I mean, honestly, I'm just reading people my grocery list at this point.
No, this is fine. I was paying attention, but I was also trying to find Queen Tammy.
I think we still have like a couple of requests. I'm gonna have to get to those on the next one because, dude, I'm about to fucking.
People love this, dude. People listen. There's a truck driver out there right now, dude, on a long haul. He's not going to see his family and kids for days. He's out in Indiana on a long stretch, and he's just turned on Cornfed. He needs about 4 hours of entertainment as he brings in this load. Steady, he says, scared. Looking for cops, bandits on the road. He tunes in. You know what he wants to hear, Dalton? Your grocery list.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. You just reminded me of something. We'll close with this. We'll get to the requests on the next one. Hold me to that. Because we got to do, you just reminded me of something. When you
So I
mentioned
put
the truckers. Hold on.
I know not if you're Queen Tammy 86 is America's sweetheart now. Not America to be confused with America's sweetheart.
Oh,
But she is a health influencer on Instagram now.
Ooh, she's cute.
And you can look her up. She'll tell you about your protein. She'll tell you about your hydration. And unlike, this is somebody that the everyman can get away. She's actually walked the walk, right? This is the Sodies lady, dude.
Yeah, she looks like all of my aunts now.
Yeah, she looks like this lady that works at one of the discount outlets whatever. But she was 700 pounds at one point, and she's gone on a transformation, a journey.
God, man, I hope Dave Blunt's can, I hope she gets in contact with Dave Blunt's and helps him, because we need him to stick around.
What's great about Dave Blunt's is like, just the internet in general is you can meme somebody into fame now. And when he first came out, when you first find him, you're kind of like, oh, let's make fun of this.
Hold on. There is an audio feed, folks. I'm still building this show. I know I got to fix that audio feed. I know it has not been fixed. It's been a while.
Honestly, that's not Dalton's fault. We'll have a talk with Harrington. Harrington's a little behind, dude.
It is.
Harrington's he's got a new baby. Him and Bisbing are working. We'll have to have him put that up on the.
What's going to happen? Will probably happen is I'm going to update it with the most recent shit and just say from here forward, it's all going to be up to date, because just forget it. I'll fix it. There's an audio feed. I'm going to fix it. I'm sorry. Anyway, listen, folks, that you listen to check this out.
Yo. Okay.
I was out on the West Coast trying to make a buck, and things didn't work out. I was down on my luck. Got tired of roaming and bumming around, so I started thumbing back east toward my hometown. Made a lot of miles the first 2 days, and I figured I'd be home in a week if my luck held out this way.
And this is back when you didn't have to worry about a colored folk trying to murder you.
At a cold, lonely crossroads, rain was pouring down. I was hungry and freezing, done caught a chill, when the lights of a big semi topped the hill. Lord, I sure was glad to hear them air brakes come on. And I climbed in that cab where I knew it'd be warm. At the wheel sat a big man. He weighed about 210. He stuck out his hand and said with a grin, "Big Joe's the name." I told him mine. And he said the name of my rig is Phantom 309. Well, I asked him why he called his rig such a name. He said, "Son, this old Mac can put 'em all to shame. There ain't a driver or a rig running any line that's seen nothing but taillights from Phantom 309. Well, we rode and talked the better part of the night when the lights of a truck stop came in sight.
This sounds like gay erotica.
He said, "I'm sorry, son, this is as far as you go, because I got to make a turn just on up the road." Well, he tossed me a dime as he pulled her in low and said, "Have yourself a hot cup on old Big Joe." When Joe and his rig roared out in the night, in nothing flat, he was clean out of sight. Well, I went inside and ordered me a cup. Told the waiter Big Joe was setting me up.
Oh, wait, is this Pee Wee Herman?
Oh, you could have heard a pin drop. It got deathly quiet. Yeah. And the waiter's face turned kind of white. "Well, did I say something wrong?" I said with a halfway grin. He said, "No, this happens every now and then.
Yeah.
Every driver in here knows Big Joe. But son, let me tell you what happened about 10 years ago.
Can we pause?
At the crossroads tonight."
Yeah.
So this is Pee Wee's Big Adventure. This is Tell 'em Large Marge sent you.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
but
Well,
probably-
Large Marge wasn't a real was a ghost.
Well, hold on, we're not.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Spoiler.
You haven't
alert.
heard the whole song.
If you
yet.
haven't heard this song from the 1950s yet, I'm sorry that I just guessed the ending.
you don't even know what's going to happen yet.
I
Listen to
don't.
the
I'm
rest of the
sorry.
song.
Is this?
Right
It
where you
sounds like
flagged
gay
him
erotica
down.
so far.
There was a busload of kids coming from town. And they were right in the middle when Big Joe topped the hill. It could have been slaughter, but he turned his wheels. Well, Joe lost control, went into a skid, and gave his life to save that bunch of kids. And there at that crossroads was the end of the line for Big Joe and Phantom 309. But every now and then, some hiker will come by, and like you, Big Joe will give him a ride. Here, have another cup, and forget about the dime. Keep it as a souvenir from Big Joe and Phantom 309.
Chills, dude. I got fucking chills, dude.
Okay. So now play this.
No, I can't watch this, man. I can't fucking, dude. I can't put. That's
It's
a
the
show.
same story though.
That's
For
the show.
for the audio listeners, we're watching Pee Wee's Big Adventure, Large Marge scene in high definition from 1985 movie
Dude,
Pee Wee's Big Adventure,
I can't fucking
where
do this.
the same story happens to Pee Wee, and then
This shit's too scary.
we're
It's too scary
watching
for me.
the face of Large Marge right now on screen for the audio listeners, and because they didn't have the right special effects, and because this is kind of a childish movie, she has a
Dog.
ghostly scare, but it's kind of what would you say is that claymation-esque face that's going on right now. Dalton's petrified as we watch this.
I'm fucking terrified. Dude.
So
I
if
did-
you're
dude, when
an
I
audio
saw what this
listener and you're
is, when I
listening to
saw
this on the road, go over to Patreon, watch the video on YouTube. Yeah, along with
Dude,
all
when
us
when
fans that
saw
are watching it
what
right
you
now.
wanted me to watch, I was like, "Oh, this actually freaks me out."
Does it really? Do you Large Marge really scares you?
It
Dude?
genuinely because because it's like and I actually talked about this with the sibling revelry guys.
Yeah.
It's the juxtaposition of they don't. I don't know if anyone. I don't know if these kinds of movies get made anymore, but the sort of realm of movies that are children's movies
Yeah.
that for some inexplicable reason will have like something in them that's really scary.
Dude, I
And
woke up.
it's the fact that it's like not
did you-
supposed to be a scary movie. That,
Oh, the little toaster movie. I was too
the
old
Brave
for
Little
it.
Toaster.
My
yeah.
sister though is like 6 years younger, and she was watching that, and I walked in, and she was like enthralled by it, and I was like, I can't believe you're watching this. Like, you're not scared.
Yeah,
This is scary. He's getting killed on a conveyor belt or something, and it's like this is a kids movie.
It doesn't feel as like a horror movie.
I watched
It's
Secret of the Secret of the Nim when I was young, and Secret of the Nim was scary. I was scared of that.
Yeah,
with
it
the
doesn't-
rats.
Like a horror movie feels fun, but when you're watching like a children's movie that out of nowhere does something that scares the shit out of you,
Yeah.
it feels more malicious because it's like, wait, why would you do this to me? I'm a kid.
Yeah.
Or why would it? You know, it's like, what's another one that does this? Dude, fucking James and the Giant Peach has like.
It's a
James
different
and the
type
Giant
of
Peach
scare, though.
Dude, James and the Giant Peach actually is just a horror movie.
So here's the thing. So when you sit down and watch like a horror movie and they're trying to scare you, you're kind of in an agreement or a contract with the thing that this is this movie that's scary, and you go in settled in for be scary. But sometimes when you watch a kid's movie, depending on the era that it was made in, the whole thing just has a vibe of creepiness. So you're watching this trying to be lighthearted and entertained by a kid's movie, and it's very dark and disturbing. And so even the beginning of Bambi, when his mother dies, you're like, what did you just do to me? What's going on here?
There used to be like so many kids movies that would come out, and they don't nowadays. They just do like remakes of movies that came out when I was a kid, like Lilo and Stitch.
Yep.
But when I was a kid, there was still this like this sort of just like space of kids movies that would come out that, for whatever reason, I guess they were being made by like demented freaks that would like at some point in the movie just have something really scary happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of drugs and psychedelics being used back then.
Yeah, or even like in the first like Disney Pinocchio, when they go to that
they go to Epstein's Island, dude.
They go to Epstein's Island
fucking fucked by Bill Clinton.
That one kid turns into a donkey or something. That was scary.
Yeah.
What was another? I'm trying to think of another one from when I was a kid. Because obviously, like there was the witches with Angelica Houston. That was terrifying.
I don't remember that one.
Oh, dude, the witches is like a full-on horror movie. Yeah, some of them were just like scary movies.
Doc, I told you from my childhood, the one that creeped me out the most, and it still does. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get into Doctor Who because it's got to be a good show. I love British comedy. I love British people because it's more believable than American stuff because everybody's so beautiful in America. Like the way they make act, like they get a beautiful woman like Charlize, like in Monster. What's her name? Charlize, whatever. In the movie The Monster to play the lesbian, and they make her ugly. But at British comedies, anyways, I watched Doctor Who, dude. It still creeps me out, dude. I tried to watch that as a kid. Doctor Who freaks me the fuck out.
Well,
dude,
I'll tell you this,
when I
man.
try to watch it, dude.
That run from like 2005 through at least the end of David Tennant's run. So from Eccleston to the end of Tennant.
Yeah.
There were some episodes that were like very unsettling.
Dude, the music alone would come on at my house when I was a kid for the original. And the cut screen for the opening thing where they're going like down into like a bulkhead into like a protective area would freak me out. And I would get upset with my parents, like, why are you sending me to bed? And I just saw that scene, like, I'm not going to be able to sleep. And my dad would pretty much just call me a pussy and tell me to go to bed.
Yeah.
But it terrorized me. Even today, I tried to watch it recently. It's creepy.
The old Doctor Who's is really kind of corny.
Even the new one, I started watching the one where it was kind of like they're passing on an illness to somebody, where there's this puddle, but the liquid inside of it isn't reflective. It shows you your true image, and everybody that looks in it starts fucking freaking out from seeing what they actually look like and how others see them. I don't want to waste, but I started watching it. I was like, all right, dude, I got to take a step back, dude. I'm not prepared to watch this.
They had an Ozempic episode before Ozempic where it was, because this was probably 15? Let me think. It came back in 2005. So what is it? It's 2025 now.
Like Stephen King's Thinner.
I'm trying to think what this was like over a decade ago.
Yeah.
They had an episode where there was this like weight loss medication that was a big hit in I guess Great Britain, at least in the world of Doctor Who. So all these people are losing weight, and they come to find out like whatever this medication is was some fucking thing that aliens gave to people. And they were, so when people were losing all this weight at a certain point, they would like disintegrate into whatever creature it was that they were supposed to be incubating through this like weight loss.
Oh, so they lose weight, but it's like a cocoon for the alien.
Yeah, it's like some
it's like a giant tapeworm type thing.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah,
So you get thin and thin and thin until you die, and your carcass is discarded, and the alien was using you as a host.
No, it was something like I can't remember. It was
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
So, I guess like a lot of people's ideas of weight loss medication might come from pop culture, but I guess in reality, when it comes to GLP-1 and semaglutides, Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro, do
We're
your
getting
own
into that.
research.
This is health.
Yeah,
advice.
do your own research because it's not.
Get all your
like
financial and health
a,
advice from Dalton and myself.
Yeah, it's not like like some kind of subterfuge being perpetrated by an alien race to
Word alert.
use your body to incubate monsters.
Yeah.
It's really just like, well, I guess like ultimately a corporation wants to make some money, so they're going to sell you a drug. But it's
That's more than what happened. They branded it, and then they got Ozempic. They got the generic branded into Ozempic. Then they got that approved, and then they sell it at a higher price. So the insurance companies say. So it's basically the same thing that Martin Shkreli did to the AIDS medication, except at the time there was so many generic versions available that the insurance companies weren't even worried about it. When he did that, he fucked the insurance companies over because they had to pay for the medication, which is why they turned him into a scoundrel.
Right.
And not that he's some nice guy, although he was funny with Shane and LOS. But anyways,
because GLP-1 has like a number of metabolic effects.
Yeah.
So for the longest time, it was being used as a rather effective diabetes medication.
Yeah.
And then I guess at some point they realized like, oh, just regular fat people can use this to lose weight. And then it got, this new use, which is
bodybuilders have been using it and during cut season or whatever to reduce appetite. Male bodybuilders, women usually use insulin, and they fuck up their metabolism by injecting extra insulin into themselves.
Right. So what was I? So yeah, I guess I guess there's really no substitute for just good healthy eating and exercise. But
it is difficult though. I will say, so I lost Mike Israel is a pretty good doctor that I listened to, and he's very pragmatic even after his research. So he said it like this: people say eat, diet, exercise, and have willpower, and he's like, and you can do that. You can get willpower and work and use exercise or whatever, or you can use like an Ozempic type semaglutide or whatever it's called, and start losing the weight without thinking about it. And then you can take that willpower and energy and put it into your wife, your kids, your community, and your family. So it's like you only have so much time, energy that you can spend in your daily life. So if there is an alternative that's going to help you in one aspect of your life, you can then take that energy and put it into another aspect of your life. Not that some big couch potatoes or whatever that are 600 pounds are going to spend more time with their kids just because they're on Ozempic. But that's the idea for the average person. I know we need to wrap up, but I need to use the restroom. So we're going to wrap up now, or should I use the restroom?
Yeah, we should wrap up.
Because I'm telling you right now, I can't focus. I don't feel regulated. I don't have mental clarity. I'm not sustaining the energy that I can right now, and I feel like I'm about to crash. And,
Yeah, we should wrap it up. We're in Chinese hours, dude.
I actually drank a bunch of water before the show, and I'm at the brink now where...
Yeah. Well, thank you for the super chats, everybody. I'll get to the requests on the next one. I'm sorry I didn't get to the requests.
What do we miss? What do we miss?
Pete and Boss and this.
So save Pete and Boss for me to come back. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, but we can rip these super chats out real quick.
No. We're done. We'll do them on the next one. Look, these people know me. They like me. They trust me.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
We better remember this though.
Sorry, everybody.
So next week, if we forgot your super
I'll let
chat,
you down, folks.
If your super chat, get in Telegram, get in the Blub get in the Bub channel at Telegram, dude. Right? Take your Blub, yeah. Get into that in Telegram. Make sure you take your medication so you don't have a seizure first, or keep a brush nearby, so because you're going to be in Telegram. And make sure you remind Dalton to play
Blub is way up, by the way. Blub was a very good financial decision.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I mean, you're full of good financial decisions, dude.
Well, yeah, I mean, because I already waded through all the bad ones, so I'm getting to the good ones now.
We have 2 minutes left. How long is this Pete and Boss duffel bag song? It can't
All
be.
right, we'll do that. I don't even know if Kenny's still here, but we'll do that. We'll do this, and then we'll close it out. We'll
Are you
end
still
it
in the
and
live
go-
chat, Kenny T? I haven't seen an Instagram or whatever. You guys have all been flirting with Tiff and saying that she's broke G-Gen. You can go to her YouTube channel and there's a video of her in a car.
If I don't get to have sex, I'm gonna cut my fucking cock and balls off.
Dude, all right, now you're speaking my language, dude. That's why you got to start creeping when you're at the grocery store.
Yeah. Is there a video for this, or
you could, yeah, there's definitely a video for this. They're probably just on a rooftop with a microphone, but there's definitely a video of them doing this.
Video for it. Let's see. Well, it's gonna have to be Theater of the Mind because I don't see a video.
No, there's definitely a video.
There's no video. Just forget it. We'll just do this one. Here we go. It's 2 minutes 49 seconds. After this, you'll go.
Right here. Wait, is this a video? No,
just forget it. We'll just do this. We'll do this one.
All right,
folks. This is Cornfed Radio. Kenny requested. Friend of the show, Kenny T. Strangle Chef. This is Duffel Bag by Pete and Boss Cornfed Radio.
My favorite part about these songs is the slang.
You already know. Big 16s in the duffel bag. Lost a bit of change, made double bag. It ain't enough, I need double that. It ain't enough, I need double that. Big 16s in the duffel bag. Lost a bit of change, made double bag. It ain't enough, I need double that. It ain't enough, I need double that. Chuck it in the pot, mate, bubble that. Spin the spoon on the upper net. Nowadays, had enough of that. Now, mate, had enough of that. You look at me, you see hard work. Did it with my bare hands, craft work. I did it all for a beamer. Now I got a chef and a cleaner. You don't know about me, son. I start cars, no keys, son. You can get took, mate, Neeson. You can get cooked, no seasoning. Nah, I'm a crook, mate, trust me. Can't help it, the birds just love me. I make cash by the truckload. All legal, feds can't touch me. Big 16s in the duffel bag. Lost a bit of change, made double bag. It ain't enough, I need double that. It ain't enough, I need double that. Big 16s in the duffel bag. Lost a bit of change, made double bag. It ain't enough, I need double that. It ain't enough, I need double that. Got short changed at the corner shop. Gave a man a tickle with a taser. Still keep a mash in the blazer. Mash a man's face, potato. And you can call me Big Bass. I damn pints and I smoke big fags. Big 16s in a big bag. I got big things and I swing big bets. I like me pint cans ice cold. Look at the ring, mate, white gold. They could have found a white in me wife's golf. I had a man, right old. 10 bricks in the plastic wrap tight. 2 tickets to the boxing ringside. Sake left me specs on the bedside. Can't see in the dim light. Big 16s in the duffel bag. Lost a bit of change, made double bag. It ain't enough, I need double that. It ain't enough, I need double that. Big 16s in the duffel bag. Lost a bit of change, made double bag. It ain't enough, I need double that. It ain't enough, I need double that.
That That was not my favorite Pete and Boss song. I like the ones where they're screaming more and they're like, you know, I'm gonna kick them in the bollocks and drink a pint type stuff when they're getting all loud.
If any
and
girls want to
back
have
and forth.
sex with me, I promise I'll take a shower beforehand.
I think you could definitely have sex if, one, you got to get out of the house more. Two, you got to lean into your skill set. Like I think I think there would definitely be borderline fans of you at like a Skankfest event that would at minimum hold your hand and give you a little under the shirt action. I don't know if you would be able to have full penetrative intercourse, but you could at least, you know, get to second or third base.
Yeah, if any girls want to touch my penis, suck my penis, put my penis in it, whatever, you know, like whatever hole you want to put it inside of, that's cool.
I actually got my Hinge account back and my Tinder account. I've been banned since 2023, and I used a trick that an IT friend of mine told me. Is basically you email them and say, hey, I know you kicked me off. You didn't tell me why. That's fine. I'm going to walk away. All I need you to do is send me my data and the reason that I kicked off the site so I can have my data and whatever for the site. By law, they got to keep it for like 2 years or something, but they only keep it for like 6 months. So I sent them that email, and within 20 minutes, I got a thing saying, oh, we actually reinstated your Hinge account. After I got I had 10 attempts to get it reinstated, and they never did. All I said is, don't worry about it. Just send me my data and a written thing of why I got kicked off. And they decided just to reinstate my Hinge instead and my Tinder.
Okay.
So, yeah, so I'm not back in the apps
in the
yet,
meantime,
but
if any
there
girls
is
want to send
vagina on
me nude photos of themselves, your breasts, your butt cheeks, your
Yep.
like holes,
Yep.
you know,
Your penis.
like your penis,
Yeah.
like whatever you're working with, feel free to just hit the DMs.
Yep.
And if you're a girl, if you're a woman, send me pictures of your nude
If you're
body.
a modern day woman with a huge, veiny, throbbing, purple-headed penis, and you want to send that a feminine shot of that to Dalton to
I'm gonna be honest
masturbate.
with you, I'd prefer it if it was a woman with big ass, just honestly, titties is titties, and
Or
vagina,
or clean shave,
vagina,
two clean shaving balls is similar.
I
Two
guess
big,
I'll take what I can
clean-
get, but vagina,
Yeah.
split gash, butt cheeks, butthole.
Oh, you know what you could do? You know what you should do? Because you were doing the titty videos, right?
feet,
I got an idea for you, Dalton.
butt cheeks.
This is going to help you with all your hobbies. You were doing the
Holes.
titty videos. Why don't you make an OnlyFans that you do titty reviews on, and the OnlyFans women can send you a photo of them or a video, and then you do a tribute to the video for them, and you post the tribute on your OnlyFans, dude. And people pay behind a paywall to see
Bare breasts.
the titty reviews and the tributes that
I
you're
guess I'll
doing.
bring back the titty reviews.
The climactal
I haven't felt the creative
tributes,
spark.
as they call
I
them.
haven't felt like you know the spark of creativity.
Have you ever done a titty video for a non-traditional, non-biological, for a modern day woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trans, yeah.
Yeah.
Hunter Schafer and someone else.
I think you could. I think that was one of the. I know it must have taken the love. You know what I mean? Like you love titties, and then it becomes a job, and it kind of takes some of the passion out
No,
of it.
I mean I just kind of ran out.
But
of
I think
the
people love
juice-
that.
the juice.
As a guy, I found it great because you were like jujitsuing the OnlyFans women's power against them.
That's
Where
one way to look
they're
at it.
like, I'm gonna make titties. I'm gonna put my titties, and you're like, oh, you're getting paid for titties. Well, I'm gonna get paid for your titties by reviewing your titties on thing, and then it like the objectification in such a eloquent manner with your English degree you figured out how to monetize OnlyFans. Basically, the only thing that you went wrong is the demand was high. You should have raised your price.
I did. It was $50 a titty.
No, dude, you should have raised it to like 500 a video.
Oh,
yeah, dude. Or like at least a free membership, like a 1-year free membership to your account, and $250. Dude, they're making bank, dude.
that's true.
These ladies are making freaking more than
Some are. Most of them try it and then they stop once they realize it takes like what it takes to actually make money doing it. They realize like, oh, I'd rather just like not do this.
So we were talking about Kill Tony earlier. So I think it's next month on the 21st. Josie from Kill Tony fame, where she's on the episode with Tony Hawk. And
Tony Hawk, yeah, we did that bit on Crowder Boys. We ripped that.
Well, she was on the episode where she's doing her stand-up, and then she starts talking, and then she doesn't realize that she's looking at Tony Hawk, and then she recognizes it in real time, and it's on video. But so we can ask her about that. But she also has an OnlyFans, so when she's on, we can ask her about her experience with OnlyFans and how it's going.
How she feels about supporting the genocide in Gaza.
Yeah, I think they're just sexy cosplay, but we can ask her about
that's crazy, dude. One of the I was actually heartbroken when I saw this one lady, Hay6, that Appalachian e-girl. She had an OnlyFans, and I was like, it's breaking my heart that you have one. And then I was fucking furious when I went to it. And it's just like sexy boudoir pictures, no nudes. Yep. And I said, bitch, if you gonna have an OnlyFans, have an OnlyFans. This is fucking crazy.
Oh, speaking of somebody on the brink of OnlyFans. So in the most parasocial, semi-friendly way, I did not want to watch Florida woman Steph go down the route of OnlyFans, and she was teetering on the edge, and a lot of people were watching her circle the drain. However, I have no care for classy Fred Blassie or whatever her name is, and she is like a crazy ass.
She's out of her fucking mind, dude.
She hasn't deleted it. She has started to post some.
She has some big ass titties, dude.
And the one
she
that
blocked me.
So she didn't block me, but I will tell you here. Let me put it. They won't be able to see it, so we'll put it for the audio listeners. Let me put it in the present right here. So I never really cared for her. I never really thought. I saw you guys interacting with her, so she would come up in my feed. I don't even follow her. And I don't know. I just kind of thought she was a bitch with super high standards, but she's got a kid and she's not lowering her standards. Yeah. I did a little research. She hides the kid. Yeah, she hides the kid. She brought the kid up, but she's got big hooters or whatever. But when she recently posted this photo, I was like, oh, I didn't realize she got that ass. So this was the photo that got my attention. She's got a good hip to waist to tit ratio.
Oh yeah, she kind of pudgy.
Yeah, so I like this. I like that look. So she is starting to circle the drain, dude. And as you noticed, a lot of her photos are in her bedroom or laying in bed now. So I think like the depression is kicking in. She's starting to scroll through the phone. The money's rolling, is getting low. Like, yeah, dude, her stock is dropping right now.
Crazy, dude.
She's grasping at some straws. Oh, her mental health is destroyed. Yeah, so I mean, it's sad to watch, but I mean, men are going through this all the time. They just lash out in other ways. They don't start showing their penis online when they're depressed. They just retweet women and say, "Shut up, bitch."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, we'll close on this. We're gonna get out of here soon, but yeah. I do want to show everybody what friend of the show. Here, I'll just show you. I gotta get it pulled up first.
Oh, Incitivis is a woman. No wonder they hate me.
Okay,
They're sexually attracted to me, and they're fighting their urges.
Inside Insidious, if you're a girl, you can have sex with me. Any women who want to have sex with me, feel free to do so.
I can tell you right now, Incitivis or whatever your name is, if you're a woman and you're a Dasha fan, you cannot have sex with me. Don't even try. Stay away from me if you run into me in public. We're not having sex.
I'll show
I'm
you
not
guys.
interested. This is officially noticed that you're being rejected, okay?
So this is what friend of the show
stay away from me.
Lexus Deanna just posted. Let me make sure I don't have my messages up. Okay. I just don't want anybody to see my personal shit.
Yeah, stay away from me. You are officially rejected. I'm not even putting you in the fuck zone.
Anyway, so this is what Lexus just posted. So let's take a look at this.
Yeah, Lexus, what do you got?
Friend of the show, Lexus Deanna. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Hey, guys,